Boom, here we are again, guys, we're in level 1. You lot are idiots, man. Idiots.
We understand that you have to do what you have to do. But sir,
You're idiots. You're idiots, and you're tyrants trying to tell people what to do. Shush you, shush you. You're aggressive man. No time for you. Go away.
What I'm trying to say is...
You got small man syndrome. Go away.
Sir,
Go away.
Go away.
You remind me of a little Jack Russell.
Sir, there's no need for that.
Can you take that badge off? It offends me.
No.
It's a gang badge, mate. That isn't part of your uniform. That flag there is not part of your uniform. Yeah, it's a gang badge. Go actually fight some crime, yeah? You're a sausage, right? Look, got a sausage here. Sausage! Big sausage! Big, massive jumbo sausage. See that sausage? Oh, sausages. Gamer, what do you think to all these sausages today, bro? Stay out of those dogging sites as well. Those dogging sites are not about you and your pals, you filthy animals. Don't film. Are you mad, bro? It's also publicly accessible. Section 33, Criminal Justice Act 1972 says that I'm allowed to be here. There's no barrier. There's nothing that stops me from being able to come on here. Okay, well, hang on. I'll reply to that. I did shout abuse at her, yeah. I called her a fat bitch, yeah. Oh, come out in numbers. This is the walk of shame here. The pork of shame. Sausages. Sausages. 2 meters, sir. Well, I am. I'm on my way out anyway.
You want to go in?
Which way, what?
You want to go in out?
Do I want to go out?
Yes, which way you want to go in?
I want to go in. In, out, shake it all about. What?
Which way you want to go in out?
What do you mean, which way do I want to go out? I want to go whichever way I want to go. I am a free man in a free country and I shall walk where I like to walk. Oh.
You sound free to do what I want. And your time. Oh God, I'm free. You sound free to do what I want. And your time. I'm free. You sound free to do what I want. And your
I'm sick to death of seeing people's rights be violated. You had a Karen in front, and I thought because she see a little confrontation, she was going to pipe up and tell me not to record because I don't have her approval or her say so. Well, tough. We're in a public place.
But to stop the recording.
Stop the recording, which is my right. I'm a free man. 1, 2 there. 3, 4, 5 sausages. Hey, copper! Leave our kids alone! Hey! See that sausage? Told you we were going to sizzle some sausages today, guys. Hey! Let's just keep on going and going and going, yeah? Respect, guys. Until the next one, peace out. Yes, though, people. First question is, can you hear me? That is the question, because we're like trying to do a live stream on a proper dodgy phone, you know. So let's see if you can hear me. Yeah, no. All right. So, well, good evening, everyone. What's up, man? It's been a minute, as they'd say in America. It's been a minute. But yeah, I thought I'd go live, man. Why not? Say hello to all you pleasant folks. Yes, DP. Let's see who's in the chat anyway. Stevie boy. Evening, bro. Good to see you. Hope all's well. DP. Mama Bear. Heisenberg. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're well. Peggy. What's up, gal? Good to see you. Samantha Ireland, what's up, girl? Good to see you. Lisa, good to see you, girl. Much love, much love. William, love that intro. You know what? Kind of got bored of it, yeah, because I was always like playing it every time I went live when I used to go live a lot. But when I haven't watched it in a while, even I still enjoy it, to be fair. Mellows, eyes on the audit, Heat Jar, Clint, good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Keep him well, man. Who else was there? Amph, what's up, man? Amph is from over on AYs. Big up AY as well. I think AY is in the chat, innit? Yes, Jerry. I know, man. I thought I'd do a live. Why not? So, what's going on? Is everyone good? Everyone good? I'll tell you, people, while we're on the matter, AY's here. And AY smashing it at the moment, people. God damn. Proper putting in that work and that. So, fair play. Good to see new people coming on. Or not that he's new at this point, but you know what I mean. Good to see fresh people in picking up a camera and going out and highlighting the stuff that people want to see. It's even better when you see people doing well. So fair play, brother. Yes, Big G. Big G's just got back from his massage with Pedro. He goes for a massage on a Thursday evening with Pedro. How was it, G? You like it as usual? He likes them. Said he's got smooth hands, old Pedro. uh, yeah, I am good. Just driving, rolling a spliff, texting. Give that to the haters; they can report that. I don't even like. You know what? Actually, I didn't. I was gonna start on a negative one. You know, I ain't gonna lie. I was gonna have a little rant at the beginning of this, but one thing I've learned is it's kind of pointless. It's kind of pointless. So, gonna bypass that. But yeah. It's quite. Like, I don't watch as much these days, and I ain't even about like within the lives and that much anymore. Um, but I see bits and that. I see bits and shit. If anything, things couldn't get any worse. You see like worse. It's weird. Weird as fuck, man. It's Mondays actually, and her name is Karen. We believe you, mate. We believe you. Sure, isn't it? Better never be negative, bro. Well, why? I'll go back. You know, this is what you shouldn't do. Yeah, this is what you shouldn't do. You actually shouldn't be negative, man, and give this like the negative energy any airtime. I wish I'd learnt that a long time ago. Like that negative energy, no one needs that shit, man. Fucking hell. I step outside my door every day. I don't need to come on here for any negativity, man. There's enough out there in the big wide world. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. So I thought I'd go live. DP, good to see you. What you've been saying? What's going on? DP caught anything good today? AY, I know was out earlier. I caught some of the live, but I was at work, so I was like in and out, man. And when like everyone else is kind of like grafting and that, you feel, well, I do anyway. I feel like a bit of a dickhead, man. You know, if I just stood there for ages taking the piss on my phone. So it was like day today, get in that van and get the old aircon on. But yeah, loads of couple random things. Did a vloggy vid, a spenny vloggy vid. I Yes, Paul. What's going on, man? What's going on? What's going on? Inferno. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. But but yeah, like I say, man, I've just been working, so work's been kind of mad, especially this time of year, and the new role I'm in as well. It's kind of like, yeah. So I've been struggling to get out, if I'm honest. But it's been good to have a break from it as well, and not like feel like the pressure of having to go out and grab content and that. Do you know what I mean? But but yeah, I'm looking to start juggling the two a little bit more, and that if I've got some time, you know. So get back out there and do some, man. Like I say, I like what AY's doing at the moment, especially with the hotels. Um, always kind of like, from what I've seen, holds a good kind of approach to it. Um, he's not, you know, you don't go there being disrespectful to no one. Bit different if someone starts putting hands on someone. Do you know what I mean? Are you going to show respect then? But so yeah, definitely doing it the correct way. And you're getting about and doing loads of them, so that's good. DP, you've been smashing it recently. See, your subs are going up, lads, so fair play to you. As I said, it's good to see fucking channels doing well. I reckon fucking AY keeps going as long as he is, and damn, be on over 100k before he knows it. DP, carry on doing what you're doing. I don't imagine you'll be too far behind. Ah, yeah. But yeah, England till I die. What's going on, man? England till I die. I'm England till I die. I'm England till I die. Toon Gremlin, what's going on, man? Well, you are, Toon. I don't really want to start getting into football too much because it bores people on here, but I've noticed. But fucking hell, man. What's going on in this transfer window, bro? I mean, I don't like it. I don't like it. Big G, man, fucking no reach around for you, lad. Yes, go on, Amp. Go on, bro. Sing it with me, man. Do the British auditors bicker amongst themselves? What was that? Like some in the USA. Yeah, it's like a fucking who's got the biggest dick contest, basically. Unfortunately, I don't imagine it's changed much. Like, and people sometimes kind of get threatened by others when they start doing well and could potentially overtake them in subscribers, views, or I don't know, whatever it is. They think they're getting out of it, fame. I don't know, but as I say, man, personally, I think it's always good to see people on the up, man, not on the down. Should be lifting each other up. None of that kicking people down, man. Fuck that. Seen enough of that shit. £85 piss take. Gary, what's up? Hello, hope you're well. Big up. Nottingham. It's going a bit mad. Gizbear, you sound like you support lots of other auditors. Yeah, I do. Well, obviously, I like auditing, innit? So, and like I say, I reckon it's just better to. Like I say, don't get me wrong, done my fair share of arguing on here amongst with people, but fuck that. I'm just like a late learner. Takes me a while, do you know what I mean? But it kind of eventually fucking sinks in. We have our circles, but no, I don't have no circles, man. You know what it is? If somebody's doing well, fucking tell them they're doing well. If someone ain't doing too well, show them or guide them how to be better. Do you know what I mean? if you can't do either one of those things, maybe probably don't engage into any kind of interaction with that person whatsoever. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, you have to be Flip G. You have to be. Come on, Northern Ireland. I'll be there soon. Big up. Yeah, big up the Irish. Big up the Northern Irish. Mad shit going on, isn't there? I don't even know where to start. Usually I'd come on and I'd be like, bang, let's talk about something relevant that's been going on. But there's so much shit. Like, you got the whole Israel and Iran stuff at the minute. I mean, you got the migrant situation that doesn't look like it's slowing down anytime soon. I think, in fact, I know that 2025 has been a record-breaking year for the amount of people coming over here on small boats. So, I mean, to say they were gonna, um, you know, come down on the gangs and stuff. Yeah, I don't think they've done anything. I think it's funny that Labour try and blame Conservatives, but like since the Labour have been in, it's only got worse. In fact, they scrapped the whole Rwanda plan straight away. It's like the first thing they've done is axe the Rwanda plan before even giving it a try. Now, don't get me wrong. Do I think the whole Rwanda thing would have worked? Maybe, maybe not. But it was something better than what was currently on the table. So, the fact that they axed that, I mean, I think they got a cheek to even try and blame. I mean, and don't get me wrong, some Conservatives fucking fucked up big time. Fucked up big time. But the way Labour tried to like shun it all onto the Conservatives, and I just find that kind of funny. Then you got Keir Starmer finally going ahead with a public inquiry into the uh, grooming gangs, which he hasn't done because he's wanted to do it, but I feel he's done it more because he's been kind of given no other choice. He's been forced into doing it. They all have. Um, but we're meant to think he's some kind of hero for that. So yeah, I don't really know where to go. Mr. Tommy Robinson's out since I last went live. That's what I mean. I haven't been live in months. He's out. There's a thing in London, I believe, on the 28th. 28th of this month. Pretty sure it's this month. So that'd be interesting to see what goes on down there. But yeah, get out Starmer. Listen, I'm going to ask the question, and I'd be interested to know what you guys in the chat think on this one, actually, because I don't know. I kind of question myself about whether I'm exaggerating it. But is there like a worse prime minister in the last 100 years, even, or as far back as you know, anyway, than Starmer? And Liz Truss doesn't count. I understand that she was only in for a matter of like days, but other than her, is there anyone you can think of worse than Keir Starmer in the last 100 years? Amp says Rishi. You think Rishi? Something was put to me the other day, yeah, and it was it seems like these days we seem to get like prime ministers, we seem to get leaders, and it's like it's some kind of competition to be worse than the last fucking leader. I just I struggle to understand. Rishi wanted to send kids to die. Did he? I don't know, man. What am I missing? Oh yeah, Nightbot. Is Nightbot being annoying? Nightbot can be annoying. Stammer is the worst, and he ain't done yet. He ain't. But this is what I'm saying. How long has he got left? Like 3 years or so? 'Cause if he's got 3 years left, man. Someone said to me, "Oh, he'll step down before his full term." I don't think he will. Popeye, Popeye, you're not a fan of Tommy Robinson. I think, regardless, yeah. And I've always said this on the whole Tommy Robinson. Regardless, he's treated differently, man. He's treated differently and unfairly in a lot of aspects. And there's now other people, right? There are other people. You just don't hear about it because all the focus is on Tommy Robinson. But there are other people that have probably held some form of actual kind of role in the public eye for a long time. People would say credible uh, characters that are now speaking out about this. And to be fair, if it weren't for probably Tommy Robinson speaking out about it and kind of taking the initial bullshit that he's had to go through, no one else would be speaking up about it right now, I don't think. So there's got to be some credit given somewhere. And I'll keep still seeing it. And I'm trying not to use like right and left too much because I don't think that helps. That plays into the government's fucking. Although there is obviously clearly a right and a left, I also quite quite well established that. But I guess I can't not say right or left. But I'm sick of seeing people, right, that because their opinions and ideas, their ideology doesn't sit the same as someone else, they're automatically put into this far right category. Oh, you're far right. I literally have never heard a word, I've never heard far right be used as much as I do today. It's just mad. It is actually mad. Everyone's far right, man. Oi, Travis, are you far right? I'm only joking, mate. Evening, bro. Good to see you. Hope you're well, man. Hope you're well, Travis. And you all got to apologise, man. Talking of apologies, everyone's made to feel like they got to apologise. Why have I got to apologise for being a white man? What's that about? Nah, no one's everyone's cup of tea fully, mate. Know what I mean? Yes, Sam the cat. Good to see you, man. Big up, Reese. But yeah, everyone gets put in that far right category, and it's annoying. And I understood at the beginning that it was like a tactic used to try and shut people down, but like it's more than that now. I mean, obviously that is still like its purpose, but like what? All of a sudden we just got this massive spike in far right people. No, 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 no. Well, far right because we speak. What was that? We speak up, no surrender, fight, fight, fight. Well, the one who someone actually put to me the other day that, like, like when you look at other cultures and stuff, like away from ours and like, away from like the way we've like let church kind of like slip away from like the average household or the common household yeah, is that like other people from other cultures and that actually like say for instance you're Jewish or you're Muslim or Hindu or Sikh, yeah, any religion, all of those I think they seem to like they seem to conform more than what like we do. We don't conform very well, do we? I mean, a lot of people do, but I mean, like at the same time, I think like we like proper rebel. You say Americans are the same as well, but yeah, we don't conform very well, like maybe other um, cultures and that. Big up Reese for the member for 3 months. I see you. Anne Marie, been a member for 42 months. Anne Marie, at this point, yeah, you would have actually got like, I don't know, probably like less for a manslaughter or something. 42 months was that? That's a long motherfucking time. I bet you're just glad I don't waffle on these lives as much anymore. Mm. We don't want to be governed. So I've had this conversation before, but if we don't want to be governed, then how would that work? Like everyone just free to go, but like how would that work? I ain't saying I'm against the idea of what you're proposing. I'm just saying like I've never really heard anyone come up with like a solution that would work, that could replace being governed. Cheers, Reese, mate. Big up, Reese. Who's got a? Oh shit! You're gonna make me have to get my other phone now because I haven't got my PC on. Let's have a look and see who got a membership. Reese has just kindly gifted 5 memberships. So let's see who's just got those 5. DP Audits, Mama Bear, Gary, Amp, and Mr. R. Brow. Oh, it's good to see Mr. R. Brow, man. You ain't been around in ages, I'm sure. Good to see you, though, bro. Good to see you. Well, this is what I mean. Would we really like no laws? Listen. In reality, obviously, you would have to have like some kind of law. You'd have God's law or law of the land. Some would call it common law. Sorry. Um, which obviously things like you can't kill, you can't steal, you can't harm somebody. Uh, but kind of like everything else goes until you do one of them things. I don't know, man. I reckon that would work. Amph just gifted a membership as well. Cheers, Amph, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate that, people. Like I say, I haven't actually, like I say, been live or anything in ages, so I felt like I need to go live. I've been thinking it for ages, and then just every time I go to, I'm just like, oh, there's so many lives that get turned negative and stuff that kind of off-putting these days. What's up, dog? Good to see you. Hello, hello. Evening. I will be listening. I'm just making my tea. I just got in from work. Good to see. Good to see you, Di. Hope you had a good day at work. It's been a hot one today. I hope it has for you down there in where you are. Big up the commies. What's up, Glenda? Big up the commies. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. No, you know what? I love everyone, man. I love everyone. I do wish sometimes that like everyone could like think the same as me and have like because it would just make my life easier. But I also, at my nice young ripe age, um, realize in reality that's just never going to happen, right? So I'll debate you on something that I don't agree with you on, but it wouldn't necessarily mean I don't like you as a person. I mean, yeah. I think that's what I mean anyway. The wolf man thought you'd disappeared off the internet. Unfortunately not, mate. Unfortunately not. Like I say, it's just CP, man. What CP? You can't be in here like yo. No offense, like I'm not like trying to be horrible, but you can't be in here and be like yo. Last time I was in one of your streams, you had a massive go at me and like blocked me and everything, man. Just because I told you something you didn't like. Constructive criticism. It's good, man. What? I am young. I'm younger than half of you lot. That's not. I don't want to get into offending the audience, but let's not go through the age here. Huh? I think I fancy my chances of being a fair bit younger than most of you. I'll give members just to ban CP. Wait, Steve, don't be mean, man. Look, banner BBA. Don't be mean. I ain't gonna be. She's a notorious blocker. All right, someone can like time her out or something. She does time people out a lot for like nothing. But don't block her. Don't block anyone, man. Not without real good reason. Because unlike other people, yeah, I ain't gonna sit here and like talk about transparency and advocate for like accountability and stuff in videos and all the rest of it, but like not actually like carry any of that out myself because that's kind of like hypocritical, isn't it? So that means he's a rat. I agree, Amp. I agree. I definitely do agree. I just said I weren't going to be mean, but I do agree. See, I love the day. It's fucking great. Everyone just gets on so well. That's what I'm on about. Like, wouldn't it be great if everyone in the real world got... All right, question for debate, folks. BBA was telling... do I am I even reading this out? I just know if it says BBA told me, I didn't say it. Whenever something Big G says starts with, BBA was telling me the other day, you just know it's bullshit. So that's how... So look, folks, BBA was telling me the other day that he gets his missus to shave his legs. True story. What do you think to this opinions? Uh, Wait, Amp, does you know what? Does shaved legs make you more streamlined? Yeah, maybe, but like okay, mate, I don't move quick enough, mate. Fat men don't run. You know what I mean? Fat men don't run. Like I don't fucking move quick enough to be streamlined. And let me tell you, me, bear, and streamline in the same sentence. Just don't work, bro. It don't work, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm gonna put a link out, man. What's Wolfman saying? Not unfortunately, Bear. Who else would be representing Warsaw? Good paddock resident. I've often thought about a YouTube channel on Warsaw. On Warsaw. Yeah, man. Should do one. You should do one, man. Why not? BBA is the cause of everything. Ain't that true? Don't even that would get me onto my next rant. The rant I was gonna start with Heisenberg, so I ain't even gonna go there, if I'm honest. Because honestly, I shit you not, apart from like appear in societies every now and again and say hello, and I think Tyrone's and there's probably a few others where I've been in, like, but you know, it's few and far between. And I've noticed my name still gets mentioned. My name still, people still get some kind of hard on for me, and that it's weird. I've got to be honest. At this point, now I'm not even like really relevant in that live stream community, so to speak. Like, see my name keep getting mentioned is a bit on the strange side, but hey ho, don't really expect anything less at this point. Colin Fisher, has AWO got home yet? I don't know. I think so. It's Coattail Riders. Me forgetting. See how? Do you know what? It's been that long since I've done a live. I don't even remember what I'm doing. I went into StreamYard and it started asking me stuff about do I want comments at the bottom of the screen? I was whatever. And then like when I go to select one of your comments that would usually just come up on the screen when I push it, I push it and it says show on stage, so then I have to push that. It's kind of annoying, if I'm honest. Wasn't you live last night? No, I wasn't. I jumped on AY's last night. I was on AY audits last night. Was it last night? I actually don't know where I'm at. I don't know if it's this heat or if it's more, I don't know what it is, man. But yeah, last couple of days I keep getting shit mixed up. Like, oh, that was yesterday. I know it wasn't. It was the day before. Yeah, I was on. Just like Billy the Kid. Oh, Jerry. Yeah, legends are meant to have their name mentioned for a good reason. These fuckers just carry on wanting to spin lies from like 3 years ago, 3 years ago. It's madness. People wanting to grass on people on shit they see on a live stream and something somebody like might say or do, or just I don't know. There is this such thing, right? As if you walk to your front door, on your front door will be a handle. If you twist on that handle or pull the handle down and pull, the door will open. Next thing is what they call a doorstep. Just try at least getting to the doorstep at least one day in the next 7 days, like to these people, yeah? And then, like, gradually get yourself to the point where you can, like, go and touch the grass with your bare feet or something and just enjoy the outdoors and take a good deep breath in and realize, there's more to life than sitting on fucking YouTube being negative, trying to bring everyone down. And you know, when you do that, you'll find you'll have a real good fucking day. And you'll feel a lot better about yourself too. I did hear about that, Reese. I did. I'm not going to lie. I did hear about it. I'll be honest. I didn't know how much of it was true, or do you know what I mean? It's not. That's on your opinion on something. I think that's a bit much when you have an opinion on something. I don't know, but I did hear about it. Be nice having some grass around here. I have an old drone and a phone. I'm 53 and had 2 strokes and a heart attack and have trouble. Oh, yeah, Wolfman. You know what? We've spoke before, I'm sure we have, haven't we? We've spoke before via message or something. Need to double up. Do you know what, though? I'll be honest, yeah? You know, like the old auditing thing and that. I've been with a few people, so I don't mean any offence by this, but I've been with a few people like an older age than myself, shall we say? Yeah, I won't say elderly because you're far from elderly, but um, the struggle, man. You know, to go out and do like a day auditing. Like I've done some distance on foot before now. Like some of the, because you can't, sometimes don't even make sense to keep driving in the car from one to the next, to the next, to the next. Like if you're in an area, you'll park the car up, know it's out the way. Do you know what I mean? And then go out for the day and hit the area you're in or whatever. But it takes a lot out of some people, you know. You like a bit of cougar, BBA. Evening, Joseph. Where'd that come from? Where the fuck, Joseph? Where did that come from, man? Anyway, where's that? Comments like that. I look down at the screen and see that it just completely throws me off. I actually don't know, mate. I don't know. Other than, like I say, I kept jumping in while I was at work and that and caught one of his lives. But I don't even know where he was in that video, if I'm honest with you, mate. I don't even know where he was. I'll wait for the videos. Oh, in fact, one of them was like, "Yes, sir, Gypsy. What's going on, buddy? Good to see you. To see you. To see you. Nice. No general, mate. General dickhead, maybe. No, good to see you, Pudsey. You all right, man? Hope you're well. Hope that heat, Pudsey. That heat. How does a bear survive in this heat? I just don't know. Do not know. You good, anyways? Gypsy. Yeah. Truth hurts. Truth hurts. Sorry. Truth hurts. We're following a bit of their stuff. See more of his stuff over on Facebook, if I'm honest. EV, bro. I shave. That's meant to be shave. I'm sure it is. My sack summer, bro. Nice. Thanks. Thanks for that, mate. Just what I needed to know. I'm going to sleep better tonight knowing Pudsey shaves the old sack. It's all dandy round here. Good man, good man. Isn't Facebook more for gossips? I don't know, mate. I don't go on there much. Like I say, I'll have a little scroll through, but I don't use Facebook like maybe some people use Facebook, if that makes sense. I use Facebook like I use it for YouTube, like just for the videos. I swear. Tony Whitworth, good to see you, man. I haven't seen you in ages. Well, I keep saying to everyone I haven't seen you in ages. Of course I haven't. I've not been live. Joseph Benoit asks what the oldest I've been with is. Not too sure, you know. Not too sure. A fair bit older than me. I'll go as far as that for now. A fair bit older than me. Not like massively. We're not talking like grab a granny night or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? Colin Fisher, I don't know about Mist. Don't know about Mist. Missing, but not missed. Makes sense. Makes sense. No bingo age. No bingo. I can't say I've rocked it to like some bingo hall and been like, you know what? Man is out on the pool tonight. I don't think I've ever done that. Not as of yet. I mean, those days might come. And even then I don't know if like that's appropriate to walk just in a bingo hall and be like, hey love. Who knows? Wolfman approach. I don't, you know what I mean? Like hey, you know what? I haven't been to bingo. I went a couple of times to bingo, not gonna lie. Like back in the day and that. Like we're talking like I think when like I used to struggle to get like served like because I was a bit underage and that. But I used to get served in the bingo place, so we'd go in there and have like a couple of pints and that. Mad times. Mad times in the bingo hall and that birch. Could you imagine? Could you imagine that? Yeah, you coming back tomorrow, love? And you're like, yeah, no worries. Get in there and that, and you kind of got to walk through this care home that's kind of got old women just roaming around at night, all senile and shit. Oh, right. I reckon DP still would, you know. I reckon DP still would. Pork chop, what's up, man? What's going on? I'm almost old enough to take up bowling, I think. You have to be 90 plus. Yeah, bowling, man. What's wrong with bowling? Bowls, maybe bowls, but not bowling. I couldn't imagine some frail old 90-year-old trying to toss a fucking bowling ball down in a fucking aisle. That'd be fucking quite interesting to see, actually. If it's raining and I've got to walk home, I guess I'm sharing a bed with grandma. Uh, damn. DP, you're not alone. I would probably, yeah. There you are, DP. I knew you were there, bro. Oh, you guys, man. Pudsey. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Look where it's gone. It never takes long. It never takes long in my live streams for it to go west, man. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Love your DP. Colin, you love DP, yeah. DP is partial to a bit of homosexuality. He's partial to a little bit of that time to time. Just all depends how much you love him. You know what I mean? Budsy, man. You lot are filthy animals, man. Filthy animal. Jesus Christ. Want to see it on Grab a Granny night then? Well, we all know you've been out on Grab a Granny night. Pork chop in your time. In your younger days, I bet you used to bust that dance off that video, off your nuts. You used to impress the grannies on that. That's what I reckon. Mr. Pork Chop. You know what? Let me put a link in the chat, do that. But yeah. Reporter asked Starmer, so all the lies you've told the British people, Sir Keir, which is your favourite? Starmer replies, I don't tell lies. Reporter replies, yeah, that's my favourite one too. I like that. I like that. It's all shits and giggles till someone giggles and shits. Yeah. So I'm saying, man, I reckon there's some old farts in here. Literally. I can hear AY in the background. Why? What are you watching something else as well? Or something? I don't know. I'm tripping because I definitely don't see I don't hear AY. Oh, here we go. Big G. How about Big G? You come up and tell us all about it after I play you all a video. Now, Big G, some of you may have seen this, some of you may have not, but I'm going to show it again because I like to always show it to new guests. It's a good way. Like, Big G's a good friend of mine, so like I feel like I got a proper what's the word? I've got oh, my mind's just gone blank. Well, anyway, introduce. Introduce is the word I was looking for. I always feel like I have to introduce G properly. So Big G has never, ever, ever been on TikTok. YouTube's what he does. I spelled it. Nothing else. Just definitely ain't no TikTok. Well, I beg to differ because all these people from TikTok seem to know Big G. A tranny claims to have made a video once with Big G. And even gets out like a massive what is it? Shout out from Mr. Hulk Hogan, man, from Team U. Big G, you know it's coming, bro.
Hello, Big G.
Hello, Big G. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in.
Hi, Big G. It's not the first time I said that. I made a DVD once.
Hey, Big G.
DVD once.
All sorts of interesting stuff happens. Hello, Big G. Faces, New York faces, your faces. Hi, Big G. What's your problem?
Big G, hi.
Ciao. Big G, Mr. Hawkins. Thank you again for lightning bolts, brother. We're running wild, man. That's right.
So yeah, you see, Big G's kind of famous on the whole like internet streets, man. Everyone, just remember this. Yes, Porky, got you, man.
Big G, Big G, Big G.
Did you see what that tranny said? I weren't lying.
Oh my! It was that girl before. I think the girl with the glasses on that got me. She was singing "Different Faces," and then she like, "Hiya, Big G," and then she was like, "Who the fuck's he?"
Yes, Paul, been a member for 40 months. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate you, brother. What's going on, Porky? You good, man?
I'm good, mate. Yeah, long
Yeah.
time no speak. I've not spoke to you for a bit. How you doing?
Yeah, I haven't really been about, mate, these days much.
Yeah, well, I am now and again, just not as much as I used to be, like sort of thing. So
Yeah, there ain't many people really seem to go live now, is there? I mean, like I say, I won't lie. I ghost enough to kind of get the gist of like the dramas and the, but
yes,
I don't really fucking
yeah,
don't see
same with
why.
me, mate. Really, so I go a lot at work. Obviously, you know, while I'm welding away, I listen to stuff, but like all the drama ones, I don't even bother going into. You know, like the other side sort of thing. It's never fucking do with me.
Best way, mate. Best way.
It is because I'm not that type of guy. You know what I mean? I just like to have a laugh. You know that. Fucking you chat will know that.
All right. Porky is a per lefty now, bro. A
I'm not.
lefty?
I'm not. I'm a far righty.
I was about to say, fucking pork chop's about as left as my right big toe.
Exactly.
Well, actually, I don't know. Like I say, actually, I don't like putting people in fucking boxes, man. Don't even like having myself put in a box. Like, oh yeah, you're this, you're that. I mean, I have views that probably lean to the left sometimes, and I definitely have views that lean to the right. So I wouldn't say I'm really either.
You know, well,
That makes sense.
this is what comes across to me, BB. If they want to call me a righty, I'll be a fucking righty. I'll be a far righty if they want. But am I arsed? I'm a fuck. You know what I mean? End of fucking day. I'm a concerned citizen in this fucking country. I'm concerned for my fucking children's welfare. That's all I am. So why does that make me fucking far right? You know what I mean?
I know, but certain people, especially on this internet at the moment, don't seem to see it like that. And I see
I
a
know.
lot of people, maybe actually, no, I see it at the protests as well and stuff, but I see a lot of people, and it probably does happen on the right as well. I have actually seen it on the right, but I've seen it more so on the left. Maybe it's because I've covered more on the left, I don't know. But where, like, as soon as your opinion or something doesn't fit theirs, it's like game over. That's it, you're far right.
Well, this is what pisses me right off. Well, there you go. I've just said it right off. Right. No, what pisses me off though is being a far right or a righty or a far left and a lefty, right? They're just new fucking words that have been made up to call someone a prick. You know what I mean? They're just new fucking words. That's all it is. It doesn't mean fuck all.
Yeah, like, did you not see that video? There was a video floating around in the last couple of weeks of like urban explorers, and they go to an abandoned building in Manchester, and it's like some Antifa HQ. Fuck you. Well, that's sorry, that's what the video's titled, Antifa HQ. But I swear to God, bro, it was like that must be the far left. Then I don't know if you've seen that video, and if you
Yeah,
haven't seen it, you should look for it. But
yeah, I have, and that was the urban legend. That
yeah, like
yeah,
that must be the far left. Then if there's a far right, that's definitely a far left. And when I see things like anarchy signs, and I see things like on the wall where it says all prisoners are political prisoners. Hang on
yeah.
a minute. That's not correct, right?
That's not.
To
I
say
don't agree.
all prisoners are political. So if you're a paedophile, a convicted paedophile, you're a political prisoner. No, you're a paedophile that deserves to be in prison. Well, probably worse, but here you get prison. Do you know what I mean?
Well, exactly. It's like, look at them fucking groomers that rape these fucking children in Rochelle, Rodder, and blah, 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 everywhere. But look at them. They're not going to be deported because the Pakistani government don't want them because they're criminals, yeah? They don't want them, but they've turned the Pakistani passports up. They won't give them a new one, but they can apply for a new one. Our government can apply for that, so they're not being deported. And these are the ringleaders, right? Bring back the death sentencing, like hanging for grooming ringleaders and that. They'll soon sign the paperwork to get fucking back over there, won't they?
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Because they've got to sign the papers that the Pakistani president gives them to sign to be a Pakistani resident again, right? And they're refusing to sign them because they've tore it up and they've been told by their solicitors, why don't other people get all this information being a criminal? You know what I mean? So they've been told, don't sign them. So they're not signing them, so they can't be deported. To me, I'd get them on the next plane and just dump her on border of Pakistan and fuck off.
You know what I see? So I've watched for a long time, yeah. Like on and off. Like the predator hunters.
Yeah.
I watched like quite a bit of that content, yeah. And I've always like not defended, but I've always turned around and said, like, and obviously that's going to happen in a predominantly white country. But if you look at a lot of these paedophiles on the day-to-day basis, a lot of them are like white, yeah. They're white, and you could say white British people. But recently, I don't know how long, because like I say, I watch them like on and off. But recently, I see a lot now that like these aren't British people that are getting pulled, and there's like a massive difference in the amount that I used to see in those videos to what I see now.
Yeah, exactly. There were one not so long ago where he'd raped a 15-year-old girl. Bless her so. You know what I mean? No child should go through that one fucking bit. And when it comes to court and stuff like that, he said that's what he grew up with in his country, and he'd only been over here so long, so many weeks or something like that. And he says, over there they're allowed to do that. It's his culture. Well, you're in fucking Great Britain, you ain't allowed to do it here. You know what I mean? It's fucking wrong. I think you got 10 years.
Yeah, I think that like when you hear people talk about like deportations and stuff, yeah, I think those ones for sure are like a no-brainer, right? So if there's somebody coming here, certainly illegally, and they break the law in like maybe, I guess the law in any way really, but I'm talking more kind of like serious crime, and you are convicted of that, I do believe that should be like straight instant deportation.
100%.
I don't even think they should go through our prison system. I don't think they should at any point be in there. Maybe a small time while you're waiting to deport them back, maybe. But other than that, I think they should be deported. Just the same, by the way. If I went to say a foreign country, right, and I done the same thing over there, I'd expect like them to want to deport me, man.
Yeah,
straight out of the country. We don't want you in our country. You're not actually, you're not from here originally, so you're not our responsibility in that sense. But we just don't do it, do we?
No, well, I'm not being funny. Every time I go on holiday, every fucking year, BBA, yeah, I go to a different country every fucking year, and I respect their culture. I respect their country. You know what I mean? I don't misbehave. You know what I mean?
I see someone the other day. Yeah, I see someone the other day turn around and say that they think in recent years, Great Britain has become one of the most racist places in the world. And I'm like, are you mad? We have surely got to be one of the most accepting, inviting, like, nations on the planet. Like, literally, In fact, maybe there is. If someone can find it and, like, I don't know, shirt me, I'll be happy to say I was wrong. But I don't think there's another country, is there, that purposely, like, put something up on their like the .gov website, right, which actually tells these people, if you like, basically what you'll get if you come here. It's almost like an advert. I mean, it doesn't say it like everyone's welcome here, but it might as well say that. And it also gives them like a whole list of everything they'll get, and this is the way to do it. And it's kind of like, how can you call us a racist country? I just don't understand that.
No, I don't. What it is, I think, yeah, every country's got racists in it. They go 100% they have, right? But also, you've also got concerned citizens. Look what Spain's going through now with people buying homes and stuff like that, like English people and stuff like that. They're getting fed up with it. They're holding marches because it's their country. I get it, right? I 100% get it. But also in our country, you've got a lot of concerned parents. Lot of concerned parents out there of what's happened, what's been going on, what our government have covered up. So I get it.
And for me, as I say, I've never sat here once and said there's no women and children coming over on these boats, because there are, right? But they're not really the majority. In fact, they're not even like half or maybe even a quarter of the people coming in. Like, that ain't right. I don't see how that's right. Like, if we were taking people, and I've always said, and loads of people have said it and worded it exactly the same now when I've heard people talk it, but it is so true, even though it's almost becoming cliche. And that's that, like, someone who's fleeing war would take that. If you were fleeing war tomorrow or this evening, you're grabbing your children, you're grabbing your missus, you're grabbing as much of your immediate family as you can, and you're trying to get out safe, right?
100%.
Someone that's, we say war, I'm not trying to say that that's what's going to happen, but someone who's kind of going to war or going to do something of some risk is more likely to leave their family at home than take them with them.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, exactly. This is what I've always said. Me, if I'm leaving a war-torn country and bombs are being fucking dropped and that, I wouldn't turn around to my wife and say, right, I'm heading to Britain now. It's going to take me all these continents to get through, but I'm heading to Britain to make sure it's safe for you. And once I'm there, I'm going to apply for you to come over then. So you stay here. Don't worry. You stay fucking here. And I'll see you in about fucking 7 months, 8 months. There you go. I would never do that. They'd be straight under my fucking arms, bags packed, I'm fucking gone. Through all them continents, not just to get to Britain, I'll get to the safest country first. You know what I mean? Until we feel safe, and then we can settle and chill. If we're allowed, you know what I mean? Until the war calms down.
Tom Jones says Israel first. Even that's long, man. All that is long-winded, absolute pointless bullshit. And to be honest, I would personally say, as I would say with probably, yeah, any nation, to be fair, where there's a functioning or non-functioning, I guess, government. There's leaders anyway. I kind of would say all of those nations come first, like the people. But you know, the actual leaders and the governments and the people pulling the strings. Sorry, but they are like the most evil, sick, twisted people on the planet.
Yeah.
They really are, man. Like,
exactly.
Sorry, but you know, like Israel being attacked now. That wouldn't be happening if you didn't have a fucking absolute fucking monster of a leader.
I don't really know what's going on with Israel and Iran. I've heard about it. I thought the Iran leaders have all fled now and stuff like that. That's the last I heard on it. But is it still bombing each other? And
I haven't actually followed any this evening, but up until last night, I know it was still going on. Yeah.
Wow, fucking hell. That's what I mean.
Wasn't there meant to be a decision being made by Donald Trump on whether or not the US were about to make strikes on the nuclear sites
Oh,
that
yeah, the
Iran
bunkers.
potentially have?
Yeah, the bunkers, a nuclear bunker. I heard that as well today, to be quite honest. But that's what I mean. They stick the nose in. Great Britain stick the fucking noses in, don't they?
Yeah, I think we should stay out of shit like that.
That's what I mean, but we don't. And I'm not being funny. America's our biggest ally, aren't they? You know what I mean? If we don't help them, they won't fucking ally with us. I get that as well. But also, we shouldn't be sticking our noses into all these different things.
See, I disagree there because, like, say for instance, me and you, yeah, with some kind of allies, and someone like you need a bit of backup, yeah. I've got your back, but if you need backup for someone else's backup, I ain't got your back, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, exactly, exactly.
You know what I mean? I haven't got your back.
No, I get that. Yeah, 100% that, mate.
Yeah, fucking.
That's what I mean. It's like on YouTube, isn't it? Right? You've got an argument with somebody else, and it's never to do with you. You don't. You know what I mean? You don't get involved, do you? You see what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all it is. Fucking war, but it's war again, isn't it? It's just crazy, kid. It's crazy, mate.
What's that big destroyer saying? Those bunker buster missiles are 500 mil a piece, so they need our cash.
Yeah.
Someone told me the other day, and I've got to be honest, I've been lazy, so I haven't researched it. So don't hold me to this. But if anyone's like, I wonder if that's maybe could be the case. You're happy to check it. Like you can check it. It's easy enough, I imagine. But I hear that like we give like a lot of money to Israel, right?
Yeah.
And Israel, like I'm sure they don't even sit in like a deficit. Like where the UK and America and countries like that, we all sit in a deficit, man, of like a lot of debt. Yeah. It doesn't seem to. Israel never seems to be.
Well, Israel seems to be holding out though, don't they, BBA? They've had Palestine on them, and and now Iran.
I think Israel have been very, very bold considering.
What do you reckon? I'd say
Gaza.
I don't follow that sort of thing, so I don't know.
When I say bold, I'm not saying whether I necessarily think it's right or wrong. I'm just saying like they ain't like held back, have they?
No.
They haven't even dealt with the Gaza thing, and yet they're like then going and attacking Iran.
Yeah,
and they done the whole Hezbollah thing in Lebanon a couple of months ago, and a few months ago now, and they've been fucking busy, man.
Yeah.
The IDF have been busy.
Did you see what happened to Antifa in Egypt?
No.
No, you'll have to YouTube that. Antifa went to Egypt to go to Gaza. Fucking hell. They got fucking hammered. Do you want me to try and get a video up for you?
Yeah, there is one.
Honestly, there's a guy there and he's crying. He's a Welsh guy and he's crying. He's a nurse and he's crying from the Egyptian police over the borders to get to Gaza. And they're having none of it, and they're getting beaten and thrown out and on buses and everything. You're not fucking coming here, they're at it.
Big G saying they're 90% male. Oh, that must be going back to they got smashed up.
Yeah, I've got it here. Big G's team shit, by the way.
The Leeds Palestine lot bear went what?
Yeah, Leeds, the Palestine crew.
Leeds. Bear went. What's the other one?
Yeah, they all went. They went over to get to border the border of Gaza.
All right.
They all went over and they got muscled out basically. The Egyptians were having none of it. Right, I'll share my screen for you, BBA. It's only a short vid, but there is a bigger video.
Dharma ain't stopping nothing nowadays at the end, is he? You ain't wrong there, man.
Right, so let me know when you've got it up, mate. I'll press play.
The MG for that beef with mine. Oh, okay. It's delete that. Delete that went for a reality check.
Just let me know when it's up. You can see it, BB. I'll press play. It's only 2 minutes 3, this one, but there is longer videos.
Yeah. That's it.
Right, is it there, yeah?
I can probably make it bigger, man. Go on.
They're waiting for orders, and that's it.
I know.
They can't hear you.
But they don't have to follow the orders.
No, they're
They
following.
can allow us to stand
They
for
say
Palestine.
they are saying that they don't have choice. Like they don't
You
have.
do have a choice. You're humans. We're here for humanity. You are part of humanity. You are my brother.
Yeah.
You know, I've actually got the wrong video, BB. That was the beginning of it. I'll find the other one.
Come on, Bogey.
Oh, no. Right, let's find the proper one. Honestly, they got beat with bottles. Bottles were thrown at them and everything. This might have been it. I've done that one. It's not that one. Where's the other one I fucking sent? That's a short. It's not a short one.
Wait, them fucking what's that? Them trying to end that regime, DP, in Iran. You're right. You know, it probably wouldn't be a bad thing for the Iranian people. You know.
I've got it. I've found it, baby. Right, so let me know when you've got the video up. I'll press play again. This is a proper one now.
Yeah. I was going to make the stream bigger, word up.
Yeah, man. This is the Palestine protesters in Egypt.
Everything about this is just pure joy. These people are so stupid. Palestinian engines, they could win
with the right one.
That Israel is in blockade of Gaza.
Well, it's probably been taken down. It wouldn't even surprise me if they took this shit down.
The Egyptians are throwing them out.
Did I just see a sign for a Chili's? Is there a Chili's somewhere in Carlos? Maybe I read it wrong. But anyway, we'll find that after. Let's see. Was there a sign for Chili's? Chili's. Let's look. Did I see? I could have sworn I saw. What is that? Chili. Chill. Oh, just chill. Okay, not Chili's.
Yeah, see them all throwing them out.
Uh-huh.
But the Welsh guy, there were a Welsh guy there, and he were pleading with him. I mean, pleading. He got on his hands and knees. He said, I beg you, let us to the border. I beg you. It's so funny. And you're like, for fuck's sake, man. I get it. You know what I mean? I do get it that he's upset for the children and women. I do get it. You know what I mean? I really do, because I'd been worried about my children and wife, you know what I mean, and the women or whatever. You know what I mean? But to travel all that way, go into Egypt, you know you're going to get flogged out.
I'm just reading comments. You got no money, Mr. Arbrow, but the migrants in your local hotels with all the mod cons and latest gadgets like phones. Don't get me fucking started. It is mad though, isn't it? Like, it is mad. It is crazy. I see a video, yeah, of, I want to say, like a small boats arriving on what looked like UK shores. And again, I don't know if it was like a propaganda video or legit, yeah. And they looked like, imagine like a charity aid or something. Do you know what I mean? Was like on the beaches, like almost like going to see if they're all right, etc. And they all get past like a brown, just like a brown envelope. Yeah, you ever posted something, for instance, in the post, but you'll buy the ones with the bit of bubble wrap inside them.
A jiffy bag.
Yeah, like it's fucking. Anyway, they're all getting handed one of them, and they're ripping it open, and in there's like a fucking phone, man, brand new smartphone, and it's like, no, surely not, man. Like, surely, like, this has got to be some kind of piss take, or like, do you know what I mean? But maybe propaganda video, I don't know. But I was like, wow.
I've heard similar BBA, and I've also heard we're funding fucking bowling trips and shit for them.
Fuck.
Yeah, bowling trips. You know, like bowling at bowling day out and shit like that. It's what I've heard, but how true it is, I don't know until I see it for my own eyes, and then I will be recording it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. What the fuck?
Yeah, see, AY just put the funding bowling trips. So AY knows.
Paying for people to like learn to drive and shit. I heard. Like, I've seen. Not even I've heard. I've seen, man. I've seen it. I've seen. Like,
big up AY, mate. I watch content and who I do, but yeah, 100% he's got it. He must have the footage of it.
AY's covering some hotels at the minute, isn't
he? He is. It pissed me off when he had that coffee thrown at him, I must admit. When that coffee got thrown at him, I thought, you know what I mean? I wouldn't go over to another country and do shit like that.
Oh, it's mad. I've seen that now a lot, actually. And I thought it definitely with that video. And that was like, I'm sat there thinking, like, they just don't give a fuck, do they? Because you would think arriving in a country illegally and then, like, thinking you can just go around acting like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't dream of it.
Tells you all you need to know. Tells you all you need to know, bro. It literally tells you all. It's like me and you now going, fuck it, yeah? Let's go to fucking Spain, yeah? And let's go and fuck shit up. Mate, Spanish police are going to kick fuck out of us.
100%, mate. I'm telling you. 100%. I tell you what, I nearly got caught for urinating once, right? And I didn't do it. I was mega bus and I was miles from my hotel, like, sort of thing. We ordered a taxi. were waiting for it, and honestly, I couldn't have held it in, but I fucking managed to do right. But I went to like that. My missus grabbed my arm and she went, "Please, sir, there, go at it." And they were like wearing the window down and like looking at me, and I was just like, oh, like looking at the scenery and shit. You know what I mean? But I'm not. Even if I would have done it, they would have kicked fucking shit out of me. Fucking find me.
Amp's saying it here in the chat as well. Amp is saying, "Fuck yeah, I had a run-in with the Spanish police once, and they made sure I knew. They made sure I knew I wasn't in the UK."
Yeah, good, because that's what countries should be about. You're not in your own town now.
That's why I struggle to understand how we're meant to be like this racist country, man. I just don't see it. Like, I don't see it, man. I just don't. Like, how can you say that? It's almost a piss take to see those kind of comments being made, you know?
Right.
Like,
Me, BBA, yeah. I've got two neighbours right at the side of me who are Muslim, yeah. And I tell you what, the most fantastic family you could ever meet. Yeah. And one of them's been here for over fucking 25 years. The other has been here, 8 years. All speak English, all the kids, all brilliant, fantastic, but obviously the Muslims. Yeah. And you know what? When it's like Eid and that, they bring food around. Can't fucking beat them. I couldn't knock them as neighbours.
a lot of people go like straight to define them, yeah, or whatever. It's like the issues about religion. Now, that's up for debate, isn't it? Like, that's up for debate whether religions can kind of like intertwine with each other and live side by. I don't know. Especially, I don't know. Don't know if that is a thing, but it's definitely always up for debate, that one. But it's more about like culture, bro. So it's not really like necessarily what somebody's religious belief is, but more to do with their culture. Because I don't believe, like, I know what you're talking of. You're talking about the same people I've grown up around in my life. You know what I mean? Grown up with friends and stuff like that are all westernized. Their parents' were the ones that come here, and like, you know, they've all integrated into, and they live actually for whatever it be, whether it be Jewish, Muslim, again, Sikh, Hindu, and all the rest. They've kind of like, they're not like die hard with it. They've kind of like adopted Western culture because they know where they're kind of at, and it's good, isn't it? Anyway, you'd want to embrace somewhere where you're living. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's more culture, man. But when you've got people that like, say I'm a young male, right, and I'm coming here, say in my, or even the age I am now, right? The age I am now, and I was one of them coming over to a country like Britain. I wouldn't expect, like I expect you to like behave yourself and abide by our laws, of course, yeah. But in reality, when you start thinking about this, in reality, when cultures are so different from where someone else maybe has come from, it is almost impossible to expect any person to go and adopt that other way of living straight away. Some people might be able to and integrate better, but there's certainly got to be people that are just like that ingrained in their own culture and beliefs around that culture, maybe an ideology. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the ideology's been drummed into the red, and it can't. Yeah, I get it.
It's questionable, man. Again, that shit's up for debate, isn't it? Because again, you could go put me in a country that's like in a far worse state than ours, right? So you could say like a third world country, for instance, and I probably ain't going to be able to adjust and adapt to that, man. I'm going to find that harder than the local people that have grown up around it all their lives, right? That instant, like, different way of living. Like, you're going to struggle with that.
It's like he just said that they don't want to integrate. I get that. Some of them will, some of them won't, but some of them are over here to better themselves. But also, there's a lot of them out there as well that are only coming over for the money, the NHS that we ain't got. You know what I mean?
I think there's so many different factors that lie as well. Regardless of where you come from, you can pretty much come to the conclusion that it's predominantly males coming over, single males. Yeah, I would say coming over. I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah, fucking. We know, yeah. Sorry, we know that there's like fucking predominantly fucking single males coming over. Now, again, single males from countries where, if you look, say, what we in the year 2025. So if we go back, even just as far as 9/11, yeah, which was that was 2004 or five, so 20 years or something, right? We've kind of all been told that like these are the countries that dislike us, and these people are quite, some of them quite radicalized, yeah, and we need to protect our country from these sorts of people. Now we could potentially be inviting those kind of people in.
Well, look.
If that is the case, then becomes like a massive national security issue. In fact, it already is, in my opinion. That's a security issue.
Well, what we've done in the past, BBA, we've done Afghanistan when that were going off, when that war did. You know what I mean. And there's a lot of Afghan nationals coming over now. Could that? I'm just going off my head here. Could that be a mini army that they've fucking got back together and sent over into the European countries, waiting for the nod, and then bam? You know what I mean? You don't know, do you?
And I understand what people say when they're like, "These people aren't illegal; they're refugees." And again, sorry, maybe it's just me, and like there's certain ways that I think different to others. But if that's the case, show me the women and children that are massively in need to get away from danger. And maybe we could take more of those in to remove also some males. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how you could come, but that isn't the case, mate. It just isn't the case, unfortunately.
Yeah.
If I said to someone like AY, I don't know if he's still in the chat, yeah, and I don't know how many hotels he's done at this point. I don't even know if he knows himself at this point. But I wonder how many of those, a percentage of those, have actually had women and children in, and how many of them have been just single males.
Exactly. This is what this.
Yeah.
This what gets me here. Why he's gone? He said he said good night before, but we were talking as we were doing. But good night, AY. But yeah, you know what I mean. It's just all fighting men. You know what I mean. Well, I call them fighting men. You know what I mean. The young men. You know what I mean. Who could have a fight in the street. You know, and. But it's hard to say. I've been called a right and far right. I've been only off one person, though. I bet you can guess who that were. Crinkle. You know what I mean? He calls me far right. Hey, if you want to call me far right, call me far right. It's just a different opinion to you. So it's just like me calling you a twat, basically. That I don't believe in that far right, left shit. But end of fucking day, I don't. I understand people want a fucking better life and they bring the family for a better life. I get that, but where are the families? This is what I'm not seeing. I'm just seeing fucking a boat full of fucking fighting young men getting on boats. And I've heard it before. They're checking out to make sure the country's safe. Well, why would you head for Britain if you didn't know it were fucking safe then? You stay in the safest one that you've just passed through. You
I've always said that they already seeked asylum when they stepped in the next safest country.
Well, exactly. You do one quite close to your country, wouldn't you? Instead of going through like 13 continents or whatever, you go to the closest one until that's calmed down, so you can go back to your country, and you know what I mean. And when it's, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I fucking would personally. I won't be travelling through loads of different continents. You know what I mean? No, that's it. Unless I'm going on holiday, yeah, it's totally fucking different, isn't it? Or
Did JOJ not call you far right? He's pretty hard to please.
no, J and Niggy, they're all right with me. They know my views. They do know my views on stuff of what I think, and like I've said exactly, far right, far left. All it is different of opinions. It's like a far right, you're a twat. Far left, you're a twat. That's all it is. Just a new name for calling someone a twat. You know what I mean? And I've told them my stance on it. They told me their stance. I like listening to people's different opinions where I can reflect and listen. But I'm not the one for. Well, I've only been called far right once off Crinkle. That's it. You're far right. You fucking put that fucking crack pipe down, you lad. You know what I mean? Put the crack pipe down, you, and fucking put that fucking Hennessy bottle down, lad. Far right. I'm a concerned citizen, like a lot of people are out there.
Yeah, we're like a tiny island, man, and like, not like illegal immigration hasn't always been happening. Like, we're an island, so I imagine there's always been people with. Oh, but we know there has. There've been people that have invaded these lands, for instance, right? But I don't know, man. It can't go on much longer. It can't. Like, with there's no infrastructure. There's nothing new. Like a couple of new houses in a housing estate. That's nothing, man. Not from what's needed.
Well, I've seen it in my own town, BBA. They're trying to knock down the Seven Sisters, it's called, and each tower block holds a lot of families in each one, right? They meant to be knocking them to build houses on the plot they were on. They ain't going to get fucking like not a little percentage of the houses what they were housing on there. So where the fuck's the rest of them going to go, right? But then it's the farmers that fucking suffer because they're trying to buy the green belt and the land off the farmers, so they got to sell their land and put their taxes up so they sell the fucking farms. You know what I mean? It's not fair on them.
I'll go back to culture, man. And there's certain things that I see in this country, and like, you do clearly have to watch what you say these days. So I'm going to stick to things that I feel are factual. As we slowly watch things change here in the UK, I think there's a rise in certain crimes that you pretty much never heard of. They were like unheard of. And when I say unheard of, people get murdered, savage crimes happen, but it wasn't like a near daily thing sometimes in like every town and city up and down the country. It just wasn't like that.
Exactly. And that's what fears me, BBA, is for the simple fact when my children grow up and they have children themselves, are they going to be fucking housed?
It's mad. Well,
depending on how they do it or what they fucking do, my answer is no. Well, it's going to be very hard. Very hard. It'll be a long process for my children. And
you know what? Like, you could have done. Yeah, you could have. If you're gonna have people here, and you're gonna have people like you're gonna have people here. Then I personally, and I think it would have been cheaper, would have put like a makeshift, like not mobile, but like a temporary building together. Yeah, in areas where they've got land to do it. And they should get all these people that are coming here to start building houses. They're all male, or we're saying that predominantly are a lot of male, young, fit. So they're fit enough to be like labourers on a building site, right?
Yeah.
And if you're going to start inviting people into the country and not do much about like stopping it, then you definitely have to start building the infrastructure and stuff for for there to be a sustainable fucking society, man.
Right, and another thing that even still bringing them over to do that, I reckon they should be vetted properly. They should have legal documents, not dumping in the fucking sea on the way over. Legal fucking documents. If you ain't got them, you're out. See ya. You're getting shit back. You know, when you can't tell who the fucking are. You don't know what crimes they've committed in their country.
I just think they should stop. You know, like, I don't know. It's hard, isn't it? We're an island. I don't know. Maybe we should do what Trump's idea and just build like a massive wall in
You
the
know
sea.
what? Fuck it, BBA. I'm going to fucking sign up for president. Porky for PM. Yeah, who wants free gammon?
That's up for debate. I see that's been a debate recently. Is gammon racist?
I wouldn't say it were, mate. It's just a fucking word.
See,
Just a word.
now, I'll agree. I will agree with what you just said there. It is just a word. Yeah. However, if we were to say, like, if I was to come out with some silly word now, people would all probably gasp and be like, oh my God, can't believe he just said that word. So
Yeah,
all of a sudden it no longer becomes a word. Yeah. So I've realized that all words are just words, but surely it would be about context. Yeah.
Of course. And I think I know the word. It's usually said in America.
So, for instance, I don't personally think, same as I don't think that a black person can to a black person, which is why they use the N word with each other, right? Is because,
100%.
like, you can't really be racist to somebody that's, like, from the same place, same color, all that shit, man. You just can't. It doesn't, like, racism. That can't even be a thing. However, if there was somebody of color that was to call a white person a gammon, I would see how that could be just as racist as somebody making a comment about a black person, and not just calling them black or brown skinned, or do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but to me
I think
personally,
then it is racist. So to turn around and say the word gammon altogether isn't racist and can't be racist, I think isn't true. I think, like anything, just like I don't think using certain words is necessarily racist. It just depends
yeah,
on the context that you're using them.
yeah, how you mean it. Yeah, definitely. And it's like I've got about 7 or 8 friends who are coloured guys. You know what I mean? And I go out for a drink with them now and again, play pool and that, and they call each other the N word, and they even call me that. Well, you know, like say if I do a good shot, and even if I call it on back, they start laughing. You know what I mean? But that's how we're being friends. Like in America, they do it as friends. Yo, you know, yo, man. You know what I mean?
Good to
You see what I mean? It's but you get these pillocks who say, "Oh, you can't say that." Yeah, oh, that's, you know what I mean? And like, for fuck's sake, it's in my vocabulary with me, mate. So you know what I mean? It's not that I called you it. You know what I mean? Because I've said it to my mate who's coloured. He's not bothered. And I said to him, "Are you bothered?" He's going, I'm a fuck. You know what I mean?
Well, it's the same, right? So, like, you'll see, like, the Tommy marches, for instance, yeah? And people will be like, you're all racist. And then I kind of look sometimes in the crowd and see there's, like, literally people from all backgrounds there, man.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just how you use it. If you're angry and you say it, you mean
there
it
definitely is.
nasty.
There definitely is. I mean, you could probably go to some videos and stuff where it's made to look like it is just white. Like, I don't know, let's say football fans, for instance, yeah. But in reality, there are people that attend from all different cultures and ethnicities. So,
Yeah, all different walks of life.
because I don't think personally we can all have differences, yeah. We can, but there's one thing that I refuse to say that we can have differences about.
Of course, Matt. Of course.
And that's paedophilia, bro.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That's it. That's the only one I think really we can't have, like, paedophilia. No. Ain't even up for debate.
Yeah, or murders.
Murders.
Unless it's against a pedo, you know what I mean? Speedo.
Speedo.
You know what I mean? Because I'd certainly do it if it were one of my kids, 100% I would.
I just don't understand how like you could be like say for that, because I've seen like protests where people are there protesting again against, and then you've got like the left who are there like opposing their march or their demo, and it's like what? How are you disagreeing with somebody highlighting the fact that there's child exploitation going on and child abuse? Like, how can anyone sit there
Mark
and
for it.
say they've got a difference of opinion on it? Like,
But-
I mean, you can, but there's only if you've got a difference of opinion from me, I think that you could only be one.
Yeah, well, it would be like my mate, yeah, who does Parents Against Grooming, yeah, Parents Against Grooming. I've told you about him before. They went for a march in Manchester and they got ambushed by Palestine. Yeah, they got ambushed, calling them fucking far right and everything. How the fuck can that be in far right when you're protecting children?
Mm.
I don't get it. You know what I mean? But they intercepted them.
I think the argument there is so that I'm not just being like completely ignorant of it, but I think the point there is they would say it's because when you're talking about these grooming gangs, you're focusing on the fact that they're of a certain religion
Yeah,
rather
but
than.
there was though, weren't they? But you know what I mean? They were totally separate demonstrations on other sides of the town of Manchester. Obviously, the police didn't do it right, and they come together, and that they got basically they got attacked by the fucking Palestinians. It's fucking wrong. How could you counter protest? Because they did counter protest against them. How can you counter protest about fucking children? You know what I mean? Being abused. It's fucking wrong.
Charlie Reach, Miko Crop.
Oh yeah, his bodyguard did a fucking cracker yesterday, didn't he?
That was quality, man.
Did you see it? Oh, fucking brilliant! Fucking
Brother,
slap. That slap shook him. That slap shook him, and then he got a walloped at fucking belly, did he, with that kick, man? He was down.
So what had happened there, do you reckon? He had been seen doing something dodgy, hadn't he? And he was
But
worried about being on camera, is what I think.
yeah, he was. He were arguing with an old, like an old coloured fella. He were arguing with him about something, about money, I think it were. He's nicked this off me, and this old man's going, no, what are you on about? And then another coloured guy come up and tried giving this lad a dig.
Mad, bro.
Missed him. So obviously they were recording, and as they were walking down Market Street, he followed them down. It looked like he was getting something out of his pocket and stuff like that, like a knife or something. But obviously Fred's there, isn't he? Like, whoa, calm down, and he's searching his pocket, and he went fucking slap, and then booted him. He was pissed for it.
Bilbo Fraggin says, beating up kids is nothing to be proud of.
Yeah, who's beating up kids, mate?
Was he a kid?
Our Crinkle, who calls me far right. I wouldn't say he was a kid. No, if he's big enough to come up and chomp, thinking he's got a fucking weapon, you've got a right to defend yourself, haven't you?
Oh, well. This day,
I hear Mr. Cole.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. He were about 15 at all. What the fuck? About 20. Thinking he's fucking bad man coming up, ballad up. Yeah. Searching through his pockets for something. He's going to get a fucking slap.
It was a corker or a slap.
Well, that shook him, that, and then that kick just put him on his ass. It was gone.
It was like, yeah, man, it was very swift.
No, quick reaction, because he didn't know what the fuck he was going to pull out of his pocket. So, bam, see ya.
But, you know.
Right, prove it, Crinkly, were 15, and he had no weapon. Prove it. prove you a 15-year-old he had no fucking weapon. Want you to prove it now.
Mr. Arbrow says
He won't do it
back
again. He won't. Acting the big man with his belly on, coming up like that, fucking 10 men. It ain't going to work in Manchester, is it? Prove he had a weapon. He could have had a weapon, that's what I'm saying. He could have had a knife or anything in that pocket.
15 years old?
He was more like 20.
He's got to have been a bit older than 15.
Yeah, I'm saying 20, me max. Well, not even max. I'd say 20 at least. Youngest. Yeah, but coming up acting the big man, Crinkle, you wouldn't come up and do that in Manchester to me. I'd have done the fucking same, thinking you were fucking trying to dig for something in your pocket. Yeah, it's not on camera. You prove it. He could have had a fucking weapon. He could have had one. Prove he didn't.
How do you know? He didn't really get time to get it out, did he? Put his hand in his pocket. Bang!
How do you know, Crinkle? How do you know? Show me proof his phone was in his pocket. I bet it was in his pants pocket, not his hoodie. You can't prove he fucking did, though, can you? I don't need to prove him. A man has got a right to defend himself in that situation, and Fred did the fucking right thing. So big up Fred all day long. Booyah!
Yes, Mellows.
How you doing, man? So just to mute up.
Yeah, what's going on, man? You good?
That's it. Good, hey, Mellows.
I don't know how to change the layout, man. We're all down the side for some reason. Fuck.
Press some buttons.
Oh, I think it's in media, or did they? It's in styles or something. No, it's right at the bottom of the screen there. You know, the little right underneath your screen. You got a little man and little boxes and whatever. Under the box. You see,
Well,
you can do screen layout. You can do.
Well, you're doing that, BB. I'm going to jump off there and get some supper, mate. I'm going to get some supper and get myself chilled. But I'll be in chat, mate.
All right, mate. Sound.
All right, BB. In a bit,
Mellows, mate. All right. Take care, bro.
Take care, Porky, man.
What's going on, Mellows? You good?
Fuck all, man. I fell asleep, woke up, and there's no one in Jitsi.
What do you know?
What do you know?
What do you know?
I fell asleep listening to your waffle.
Yeah. How did I do that?
Hey?
I do that now and again. An hour and 53 minutes currently. Yeah, fucking. Did you see Charlie Reach's video where Fred gives the lad a fucking swift combo?
Swift kick. You reckon? I don't know if he had a knife, man. If he did have a knife, it's very possible he fucking hurt himself with it when he got kicked in the chest. You know, you got a blade in your fucking pocket and someone kicks you, mate. You know, it's gonna go in your chest, bro.
Well, if he did, I mean, like that's on the guy that's got it in his pocket, right?
Right? Yeah. Damn straight it is. I mean, he literally came up there threatening him with it. Well, even if he didn't have it on him, he implied that he had something in his pocket ready to give it to him. So
yeah, like someone comes up to you, face covered, yeah, like step into you, and then like it's like going towards their pocket as if like they've got
those roadmen.
And I've seen that before.
Those little roadmen, they do that all the time.
Especially this day and age. Be careful doing that shit. Some other crazy fucker might actually have one and like fucking in defense do you in.
Yeah. See, that's right. Those little roadmen, they go on the street and they're giving it and they start, you know. I'll tell you what, though, he was quick. I don't know if you saw the little fight that he was about to get into with the old man, right? And the other guy came up behind him and tried to swing him at the back of the head and he ducked. He's like a fucking Spider-Man senses and he sensed that someone was going to I don't know if you saw that. Play back and you'll see it. It's like someone took a swing at him at the back of his head, and he sensed it and he ducked. You know what I mean?
Oh, don't get me wrong. I genuinely think if it had just like, I don't know, if the lad had just stood there or whatever until the lad does something. But I did think it was reasonable on the grounds that he did. And I did think that, and you've said it, people in the chat are saying it that have already got that opinion before we've spoke about it, right? So they've obviously seen it themselves to make that opinion. And we've all come to the same opinion that it's kind of like, what do you expect? Like, you
Yeah,
know,
man. He's. If you, I don't know if you see. Did you see the video before that? Same guy. He keep every time. You know what I mean? I think you just don't like Veach because Veach probably recorded him doing shit. You know, and a lot of people don't like him. He's had multiple death threats. He's had.
Bro, why do you think? Like I've just said that, not being funny, yeah. This isn't necessarily a criticism, but you know, like. You know he's got to the point where like he's pissed off nearly every man and his dog in fucking Manchester. Because no offence, but he's been doing this years and never ever needed, but all of a sudden, and he must be paying the guy. He ain't doing that for nothing. Do you know what I mean? Putting
Oh
his
no, he's definitely paying security.
yeah.
He had two the other day.
This is what I'm saying, bro. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Like, someone don't do that unless, like I said, they've pissed off every man and his fucking dog. Just, but the videos are entertaining. I'm not gonna lie. I do have a bit of a chuckle with the beach. I do wonder sometimes how much of it's genuine and how much of it's just trying to wind people up.
It's YouTube, man. The guy's trying to wind people up because drama sells, and a lot of people, whether you agree with him or you don't agree with him, you end up watching him just to see the shit that comes out of his mouth.
Yeah, but is what's coming out of his mouth? Is what's coming out of his mouth his real thoughts?
Yeah, but those that hate him are watching just to see what he says, and those that love him or like him watch him just to get a giggle out of it because they like watching it. You know what I mean? And then there are those that just love the drama. You know what I mean?
I was going through shorts are always a good one because I know myself, like obviously posting videos. If you're gonna have a short, you'll go straight to a bit that's quite eye catching, you know, like usually, or gonna make someone actually bother to watch it, right? And I was going through some of Reach's shorts the other day, just these shorts, and fucking hell, bro. I was fucking cracking up, bro. Proper cracking up.
He's managed to get rid of that little tunnel there where they all go cottaging, right? And they cleared them all out, bro.
Like even that, it's like every time he goes down there, bro, there's some creepy guy just stood there.
Yeah,
stood
but I mean, it used to be a lot worse. It used to be a lot worse.
Did you see the one he put up the other day, bro? Where he was like, he's gone down there and that, and fucking the geezer's still got like a fucking stiffy in it, still got a hard on, bro. It's barely in his pants, man. Just like what the fuck? Like every time he goes down there, right? At this point, well, the police must know. They must have enough intelligence what that place is. That like I can only assume police maybe take a trip down there themselves. You know what I mean? Well, it wouldn't be hard to fucking stop that. It's only one area, you know. But yeah, Charlie, some of his shit is funny, man. I'm not gonna lie. It is funny. Sometimes I think like, yeah, that was a bit no need for that. But at the end of the day, it's what Mello said. Well, you sit there and watch it anyway. Even if you dislike Charlie Veach, you're probably sitting there and watching the video. Yeah.
He gets paid, man. He gets paid good money as well, Charlie Veach. He gets some good numbers sometimes.
I am fucking private security, bro.
Yeah, this is why he does agitate them the way he does, because the numbers, he needs the numbers, because that's what gives him the money, right? He needs that controversial drama that everyone craves when they come to his channel. Otherwise, he put a video out there, he gets a few hundred views or a few thousand views, but not he ain't gonna get big views.
I mean, it's slightly different, like, but would you not say that what he does now is not really much different from what he was doing many years ago now, right? With the likes of Danny Shine. It was going out and exercising his right to speaking, basically, freedom of speech in public.
No,
But, yeah.
I see a very different change in Charlie Beach in the past, lately anyway. I see much more angrier Charlie Beach. I suppose with what the shit he's been getting on with, you know, it's understandable. But I definitely see a change. I see a more angrier person.
But the principle's the same. Like, if someone's going to go to a protest and he opposes it, he should have the right to walk with them down the same thing and say what he wants to say, right?
He's exercising the same freedom.
That's kind of what I was on about by like the original beats back in the day.
Yeah, he hasn't really changed much in his tactics. He's just gotten a bit more aggressive, if you like.
Did you see AB going to France?
Yeah.
What did you think of that one?
Oh, I think the whole fucking situation is all fucked up in France, man. Yeah, that's where it all kind of. We never paid too much attention when it was over there. Do you know what I mean? We never paid too much attention when it was further down the line, when it was in Greece, when it came over into Greece and Italy. We never paid attention, and now it's here. And
but the thing I don't understand, right? And this is probably me being wrong. So again, please tell me. You explain even. But say, for instance, me and you and 1,000 other people flee to, I don't know, we went down to near your neck of the woods somewhere along that side of the coast, yeah? We all Dover even. And we all decided to go get on boats and fucking just disappear. You know it ain't going to be long till police stop us, right?
Coast Guard stop.
They're going to shut that down pretty quickly, aren't they?
Yeah.
So why aren't the French doing this? How hard is it to go down and police those beaches?
Because the French don't want them over there. They want them to leave. You want to go to England? Good.
So to me, that is almost the same as like a country declaring war upon us. At that point,
when we were paying them at one point to do
it's their responsibility. Like the same as we probably couldn't do it. As much as everyone would be like, "Oh yeah, what a great idea that is!" Like, yeah, leave them to it. In reality, they probably wouldn't even let them. You know, if a load of illegal migrants went and brought some boats now and decided, actually, we don't like it here, we're going back. Yeah, I guarantee the minute they try going back over, they get stopped.
Yeah, because they need them here.
That's what I'm saying. So it's bullshit, bro. It's fucking bullshit. There's no reason why the French should even be allowed, especially when they've taken the money that they've taken, to not be doing more.
These
and I actually don't think it's that to police.
These people have clearly been incentivized and motivated, right, to travel all that way and to come to these places. And these people are even less clueless than the people in this country, because the people in this country are kind of somewhat educated, right? Not all of them. There's a lot of dumb motherfuckers still, but for the most part, majority of the people in the country are somewhat educated, right? But the people that are coming from over there, they have no fucking education at all. No culture, no values, no principles, no fucking morals, no ethics, nothing. And they've been motivated, influenced, easily influenced, because, you know, they've got nothing over there, right? And you put a few little breadcrumbs, they're just going to follow them. Like, you know, what do you expect them to do? They're just dumb animals, right? Because that's how they treat us. These people are in power, they treat us all like dumb animals, right? That's why we keep voting for them, or some of us do. So you know,
I
you get all
definitely
of these.
give animals more credit than human beings at this point. Sorry, like, even like a dog. A dog's got more about it than the average human being, bro.
Well, you get all these people who are.
No right from wrong, like, and just the general shit. Humans are just very destructive, man, and want to fucking cause fucking chaos.
Well, I think the causing the chaos and the destruction is for control, right? People want your shit, right? Country wants the resources. Our country wants the resources from another country, so let's stir some shit over there and find a reason to go over there. And now we go over there, we can just take their shit, right? It's been like that for decades, man. I mean, Britain,
I've got a question.
France, Belgium, America, all of these, powerful Western countries, for years, generations, they have systematically gone and bullied other countries and, just taken their shit. You know what I mean?
Do you think that every country should have the right to preserve its identity and culture?
Of course. I mean, what's the point of having freedoms if you don't have the freedom to keep your identity and your culture?
So why is it we have to give away ours here? Because that's how it feels sometimes, as if we've
It's because the powers that be here are systematically trying to change our way of life, undo the Constitution, and turn us all into what they would like, basically debt slaves, to their whims. In order for them to achieve this final dominant control, they need to first get our consent, right, and willingly switch over to this new type of system that they want to give us, right, and then, right, we'll be trapped in their new laws and rules that they want to create for us. Otherwise, we won't be able to access stuff, medical supplies, food, all this critical stuff, energy, Wi-Fi, all this shit will be locked out. We'll be all locked out from all this shit unless you comply, and you do what you're supposed to do, and don't be a naughty boy, otherwise you're going to get punished for it. And how they're going to punish you? They're going to stop your money, basically. You know what I mean? Stop your money, stop you from buying things. You've had enough beef this week. You can't use any more fuel. You can't get on a train. You've used up too much carbon.
I mean, but the point I'm making is we have to give up our culture, right? Well, that's how it feels like, and to appease others. While at the same time,
in order for them to win,
muscling in on others, telling other countries and cultures that how they should change, and it's like I think people should be allowed to be left alone, and that goes
in order for them to achieve what they want, right? They have to. The only thing that can stop them is the free world, right? Those free people who have the free will, right? They need to change that. That's why it's important for them to undo the Constitution, to undo the human rights, and undo all of our freedoms. Then they can do whatever they want, and we don't have the leg to stand on. We don't have the law behind us. We don't have the protections behind the Constitution. We don't have anything anymore. We don't even need to vote anymore. They don't need us to consent anymore because they have total control.
Yeah.
That's what they're after. They're after to get us right into a point where they don't need our consent anymore to keep lying to us about the left and the right. The left and the right it's the same people. They take a shirt off, and they take a seat down, and the next person comes up, bends over, and the same bastard sticks his hand up that fucker's ass, and he plays him like a little puppet. Do you know what I mean? It's the same people that are behind both sides, and don't mistake it. If you think a third party is going to come up out of nowhere and Mr. fucking whatever is going to come in and he's going to be... It's the same shit, man. They won't allow anybody into those positions of power unless they have full control over them. So don't be misled or be fooled by these fucking figures that come into power all of a sudden. It's a safety net. That's what it is. They want our consent. So they'll play us, and then they'll lie to us, and then they'll do a 360, and then they do the same dance routine that they've always done for the fucking past 100 years, right? Sidestep, forward step, turn around, back again, sidestep, side. This is a stem. That's what they do. It's a dance. Look at all the things they agree on. Don't fucking worry about the things that they don't agree on, because those are unimportant things. Oh, we've got to do it for the safety of the children. Oh, the elderly. Oh, it's got to be for the safety of the fucking, it's the country's safety, or to keep us safe. It's the safety. Go and get yourself, crawl in a box, hide under the bed for your safety. Well, freedom is not safe. Freedom is dangerous. And everyone's going back to learn that as a really important lesson.
Night, Will, mate. Sound for coming in, buddy. Much love and all that. Take care of yourself, pal. Thanks for coming in.
All right, mate.
I'll try and do a few more of these and just slowly ease back into it. I probably haven't been the best host tonight. But I feel like a virgin again. I ain't done them in ages, man.
I agree. It does. But those people who are in control, right, are not doing a very good job of it, right? They are subverting the control and abusing their power and corruption and stealing the wealth from the people. As we speak right now, they are transferring all the wealth of the people, stealing the futures of the people, driving up the prices of energy, driving up the prices of... There are no futures. There is no opportunities anymore. AIs, all these things that they're investing our money into will strip away our jobs, our prospects, our futures, our careers. All of that will be useless and worthless. So consent to these people if you want. Vote for the next motherfucker. Vote harder. Vote twice. But I warned you, man. It ain't going to help. Voting to be governed by corrupt cowards.
I said that we need to stop being. What do you do instead of being governed?
What do you do? What do you do every day anyway? What do you mean? What do you do?
What do you do?
You just get around with your business, man. What do you mean? What do you do? The world's going to fall apart because a bunch of knobheads don't get a few votes. What are you talking about?
Who's going
to get by, man? We've gotten by for millions of years. We'll get by without these motherfuckers.
Who's going to keep public transport going? Who's going to keep emergency services running? Who's going to keep our army running? All these different things. What are we going to do about that if we're not being governed?
Well, I'd rather have no rulers than corrupt rulers, right?
No rulers.
I don't want a corrupt ruler or a coward ruling me. You know what I mean? I don't want a ruler. Do you want a ruler? Do you want someone to rule over you?
I think if you put a load of people together, you're always going to...
Here's the question. I know there's a lot of people out there, right, that need to be removed from society. I ain't going to disagree with you there, but do you really think that, yeah, fuck this. When was the last time you needed a dictator, man? Or a ruler? Somebody to tell you what to do, go up.
No, I don't need someone to tell me what to do with my day.
Okay, but so what about the week?
Do the other stuff? Whose job
is it to do that, man? The train driver's going to go to work and drive the fucking train. The fucking bus driver's going to go to work and drive his bus. What?
Miko crop. Oi.
It's not like the politician's going to do any of that.
Yeah, but who is?
Well, the bus driver or the train driver. He's going to go to work and do his job, isn't he? He didn't need fucking Tony Blair to tell him, or fucking Keir Starmer to tell him to get up and go work. I mean, shit. I mean, all they're doing is deciding where to spend our money on. Well, we can do a lot better job than they do. collectively, local communities could decide where they're going to spend their money better than what the motherfuckers over there are going to decide what to spend their money on. But a bus driver's still got a job. Just because there's no fucking Tony Blair or Keir Starmer, a bus driver hasn't got a job all of a sudden. I don't think so. People need to travel. You know, before there was government, how did people do shit, man? How did it all of a sudden? No, it's just collectivism, voluntarism. I don't know if you've ever heard of the voluntarism.
No, hang on. Before government, there was rulers. So, and even then, you would have rulers that would have like their own advisors and kind of cabinet. You know what I mean?
So we need rulers to protect us from other big nasty rulers. We need rulers to protect us from other people who want to rule over us. Is that what you're saying?
Bob Hunter, that I'm the King of Scotland, I rule in life.
Exactly. You live your own life, man. You collaborate and you coexist with your neighbours, you know?
Who's deciding who's coming in the country? Who's running our airports?
The fucking pilot. They fucking run with the guy that's job's there, man. You know, people are doing the job already. None of them are politicians. None of them wait around for the politician to tell them to go to work.
No, you're right. They don't know. But if they don't have contracts and things, if plans aren't made, which initially are then made by the government, right? If you have a new train,
those contracts are not actually made by the government.
Who has to sign off on something like
those contracts are not made by the government. Those contracts are made by the companies that we contract with.
No, who decided that we were going to have a new railway line?
Who decided they were going to spend our money to build a new railway line?
The government decided that.
Yeah, they decided how to spend our money. That's all they did. They didn't give us the money. They didn't buy it. They didn't build it. They just took our money and said, right, we're going to build this. And then they kept some for themselves. Well, we don't need them to decide for us. And we don't need them to put money in their pockets for themselves either. We can decide this shit for ourselves, bro, collectively.
I don't know. I don't think
local communities can decide how they're going to spend their money a lot better than the fucking wankers fucking thousands of miles away will. Because they don't give a fuck about local communities or the people that live there or what's going on there. The fucking roads are broken. The fucking lights are not working. None of them give a shit. So our little dickhead over here, he has to go over to the fucking 100 miles away to London and he has to beg them for a couple of quid so we can fix our lights. We can decide that shit for ourselves, man. We can spend our money the way we decide, not fucking the way they decide. That's what I'm saying, man.
And then what? What's up? What's up?
Hey,
what's good? Now, like I say, like in hindsight, that sounds great, doesn't it?
Yeah, but those in power, right? They want to profit from building those roads, from building those trains and they want to keep profiting from it. So that's why they have to make those powers, those decisions, those contracts and force us to vote for them and consent for them. And then, when we want to fucking fix our shit, it's fuck you. You want to get on a train ticket, how much billions of trillions of pounds have we paid on repairing those trains up and down the country, right? You want to get on a train, it's cheaper to fucking fly to Ireland than it is for me to catch a fucking train to London. I can get a return ticket to airplane ticket to Ireland cheaper than I can get a one-way ticket to London on a train. I think the bus as well is more expensive than the airplane. And I thought it was all about climate change and conserving all it. Well, the fucking plane to fucking Ireland's going to be a lot more fucking fuel and carbon shit than the train to fucking London that's running on electricity, right? So what are we talking about here?
Who's going to run our police? Who's going to run
our police? Well, the fucking Bonnie King Charlie ain't doing much of a good job there, is he? He's kind of absent from the fucking leadership table. He's literally letting them run rogue, right? He's allowing them to just turn the whole police force into a fucking pure fucking disgraceful fucking. We're talking about gangsters. That's what they are. They're just one big gang, right? Biggest gang in the world. Can't fuck with them. It's a disgrace. That's what it is. They've turned the country into a semi like fascist stroke socialist stroke fucking communist dictatorship. You know, this is England, man. People died, right, to protect these freedoms. They sacrificed their life to protect these values, right? And these people that continue to get voted for are subverting those values, those traditions. They are selling us out. They are selling our wealth. They're giving our wealth. They're giving away £90 million reparations. Motherfucker, it's not like you stuck it in his pocket. You just decided to give away money. Whose money are you giving away, bro? It ain't the Queen's money. It ain't your money. They're keeping their money, but they're giving away whose money? Well, they actually didn't give any of the money away. They just, see, they make things up. They just sign pieces of paper and the money just exists out of nowhere. And then for the next 10 fucking 20 years, our future, our kids are paying fucking taxes to pay back that debt, right?
Yeah, I never understand, like, you know, like, for instance, pensions. I don't understand why that goes up and they keep moving, like, you know, these motherfuckers want you working to the fucking, till you're dead, man.
Pensions is how they sold us onto the social system in the first place. You know, taxations and social, we got to pay for, the less fortunate, we got to pay for, education, we got to pay for all of this. So they ended up giving us the reasons and the excuses that they needed to tax us and tax us more. We need more money. We need to tax you some more. We need to raise the taxes because we need to do this. We need to raise some more taxes. And then 100 years later, they're still raising taxes and they're still fucking it up, still making mistakes. They're still wasting money. And it's okay for them to waste money. You know, if you run a company the way they run the government, you'd be in jail right now for embezzlement, for corruption, for all kinds of shit. You'd be in jail. The way they run this country, they should be in jail.
And cheers for the super chat, Bob. Appreciate it, man. I bet he could let more shite into this country than 14 years of Tory rule and 1 year of Sir Two-Tier Keir. I don't even think we should give him the Sir title, to be honest. We need to love each other unconditionally.
I hate everyone equally.
Where's the mud, isn't it? Fine. I don't know. It's kind of fucking a bit mad.
I'm still dumbfounded, to be honest with you, that more people haven't wisened up to this whole fucking left and right bullshit. You know, oh, Labour, oh, Conservative. You've got to see the uni party, no matter who is in there, the people behind them, because there's always people behind them. That's what you don't see. And the job of the politician is to lie to you, to sell you that lie, right? To sell you that we need money to build these weapons. We need money to do this. We need to go to war to do that. For the protection of our kids. For the protection of our elderly. You got to fucking stick this fucking needle up your ass. You got to do. It's always about them, right? Making money. Every time they convince us it's for our safety, it's for the children, it's for this, it's for that. It's always about them making money. They have interest in those companies and they're getting fucking paid. It's as simple as that. Right now, they're making hand over fist, man. There's wars everywhere, man. They're just rubbing their hands together, bro. Fucking love this shit, man. They're making billions right now. Every bomb, every missile is fucking how many millions? And the thing is, we're going to run out of money before Iran runs out of drones. I'll tell you that much. Right? We can't keep protecting those skies, because that's protecting it. We're protecting it out of our pocket, right? All those missiles we're sending over there are our missiles. We're paying for them. Israel is not giving us money for them. We're not making a profit on it. It's coming out of our pockets. We're protecting Israel for our interest. It's in our interest for Israel not to be attacked. So we're going over there and spending all our money. So we spend £500 million on a rocket to take down a £400 fucking drone, right? That's the kind of bullshit we're in now.
Well, what do you think of what's going on right now in Israel and Iran? What's your opinions on that?
It was always going to happen. It's just a matter of when. And Donald Trump just give him the green light. You know, that was the go ahead. You know what I mean? They needed. They needed all our consent, right? And since Donald Trump represents the largest part of the audience, if you like, that needs consent, they needed him, right? Because the amount of people that actually consented to being governed by this motherfucker, ruled by Donald Trump, even those who voted against him, voted to and agreed to his rule, right? I mean, it's like participate in a race, in a competition, right? And you agree to all the rules, and if you win, you know, I've got to be a good sportsman about it. You know what I mean? I'll be a little, you know, little bitch about it. It's the same thing, right? It's a game. He won, right? He got everybody to consent. Everybody went out there. Those that hated him went out and voted and consented to get, you know, to try and get him out of there. And everybody that loved him went and voted to get him in. So now they've got everyone's consent. So he can come to the table and say, right, well, I've got everyone's consent. So shall we fuck these people up now? Yeah, we can go and drop a nuke now on Iran with everyone's consent. Because that's how it fucking works. They were talking about dropping a they created a bill in the Senate about dropping a bomb, a nuke on Iran. We always knew it was going to happen. The fucking Jewish people have got a prophecy, right? And in that prophecy is literally written down that this is what's going to happen, right? And fucking 2/3 of the Jewish people are going to perish and be destroyed and all this shit. How is that going to happen? How do you just 2/3 of the Jewish people are going to be destroyed by its enemies and shit? You got to have an enemy that's powerful enough to fucking destroy 2/3 of Israel.
I'm with
pissed them off enough to want to do it.
I'm with Gaspipe at this point.
Orchestrating this whole fucking thing. Do you know what I mean?
I don't think no one's going nuclear. I'm with you, Gaspipe, on this.
I hope not. I fucking really hope not, man. But they're literally fucking playing that tune, aren't they? They've been non-stop banging on about it. The media can't stop talking about it. Everyone's going crazy over it. Oh shit! They're definitely scaremongering people, threatening people. I mean, Donald Trump has literally just signed a $1.2 trillion golden dome bullshit to protect the fucking skies of America, like Israel. Like that's going to do a lot of shit. He just wasted trillions of pounds for nothing.
How much oil's hang on? How much oil's coming out of Iran? And who's
the largest? It's not about how much oil comes out of it. It's who it supplies to.
Oil. Who's taking that oil? China,
Russia.
China then just going to sit back.
China's the biggest customer.
China's the biggest customer. So, for instance, you think China's then just going to like let that happen? No. China will then think, all right, let's go nuclear. Like it doesn't end very well. It doesn't end very well.
China doesn't want to go nuclear, not yet, anyway.
End being the main word there, like because it would be the end for many, man.
Well, they have an agreement, just like we have over here, right? They have an agreement with Iran. It's called the BRICS agreement, right? Russia, Iran, China. They're all part of this axis that they keep talking about. But basically, they're all partners. They're all embedded with it. They cannot allow Iran to fall, right? They keep dropping those bombs over there. All right, if it's just tit for tat, little missiles and whatever, Iran's just brought out their new supersonic missile and just fucked up Tel Aviv, right? And now they want to talk. They want to come back to the table, right? Yeah, we know what's going on, right? They just shit themselves. They didn't realize that they had that capability, or they could repel. They thought they could repel it, or they thought that they knew where it all was, and they thought they took them out, and they didn't realize that they still had this shit, right? Well, if they've got more, and they have, right, they've got capability apparently to create 300 of these things every fucking month, right? And you know, Israel is about to get flattened, right? What they did, what Israel done to Gaza, is about to happen to Israel.
Yeah. And then Russia. I mean, what do Russia get from Iran? They have loads of is it uranium?
You know, Iran's filled with a lot of
Uranium, enriched uranium.
uranium, plutonium. There's lithium. There's trillions of dollars worth of resources in Iran. But it's more important than that. Iran is probably the most important element of the whole Belt and Road project, right? Most people have forgotten, or even never heard of the Belt and Road project, but it's literally the China baby, right? They want to create or should I say recreate the Silk Road, the road and rail network that travels from China to the Middle East, right to Jerusalem, and that involves them reshaping the whole of the Middle East, right? And Iran is right there at the mouth of it. They need to change a few things in Iran in order for them to continue this Belt and Road project. But nobody puts those two pieces together. Do you know what I mean? To me, it's obvious.
It's got the potential of getting very messy, that's for sure.
Well, they've got to flatten up a lot of land in order for them to continue these new mega projects that they intend to build, right? Remember, the whole plan, right, is to A, depopulate the planet, bring them down to a more manageable level, B, reshape the whole fucking globe, the borders, the control, who gets to govern, who gets to control, who gets the different districts, right? And to change the currency and the digital identification. You know what I mean? They need to switch us over from cash to digital in order for them to control us better, decide how we're going to spend our money and what we should eat and where we can go, what we can do.
That's the questions, obviously. You keep saying they. Who's they?
Who?
Who is?
Not following you. I didn't hear the question.
Said, who is they?
They.
Yeah, you keep saying they this, they that. So I'm asking you.
Well, the truth of the matter is, here's the truth that no one wants to hear. If you know their name, then they're not the one on top, right? So basically, there is a money power influence, right, that controls global corporations that control the money, right, the resources of a land. Giant companies like Nestle and there's so many of them. Larry Fink of BlackRock and all of these people. These make up the they, like Deborah says, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the J.B. Morgan and Chase. These people literally sat down on a table and fucking decided on creating the Federal Reserve, right? While they were sinking the fucking Titanic with their adversaries who wouldn't want to agree with the creation of the Federal Reserve. So these people have been there for a very long time, and they have been very good at manipulating and controlling and keeping what they got. These are the people behind the wars from fucking World War One, from Napoleon, for fuck's sakes, from the days of Napoleon. They've been controlling the wars and funding them on both sides. right?
Guy says the machine.
Yeah, the system is it, the machine. And we are just little tiny cogs in it. You know, you're either part of the machine or you're getting grinded up against it. Yeah, like I said, if you know their name, there's someone above them. Guaranteed. You know, the Bill Gates, the Jeff Bezos, the Elon Musks, richest man in the world. They pale in comparison to the real people, the real wealthy, the real elites, the trillionaires.
I was about to say, yeah, they say that like Elon is the richest person on the planet, yeah?
No, he's like a pauper
There's
compared to
people
the real
richer
people.
than him, right?
He's like a beggar. He's like a little beggar right next to them, little annoying little mosquito. The real power is the one that he breastfed from, the one that gave him all those opportunities and allowed him to amass all that wealth. That's the real power, the one that protected him and shielded him from the world and gave him all those opportunities. That's the real power behind Elon Musk. And they possess trillions, right? We're talking, they control, collectively, they control 300 trillion pounds worth of resources globally, today's market. 300 trillion. How much Elon Musk got? Struggled to find a trillion pound to buy a few things, didn't he? How much did he buy Twitter for? He struggled to get that little bit. And these people are dealing with trillions, you know? Larry Fink is fucking the guy there, right? He literally controls, his company probably controls, I guess I would say around $90 trillion of resources around the world.
I'm not trying to be a dick, but I just feel like people might not know. So, who is Larry Fink?
He's the CEO of BlackRock. You all heard of BlackRock and Vanguard. BlackRock is one of the giant corporations that owns controlling interest in nearly every company that's on the trading floor. If you go look at every company on the trading floor, every company that's publicly trading, selling stocks and shares in their company, BlackRock, you'll see them right there. Boom. Largest shareholder, probably the largest shareholder, but they've got a controlling interest. They've got a board seat. They've got control of that company. Every company. We're talking about every company. Every company in every country.
We've done that before, haven't we? We've done that before where we've like gone and looked. And then even sometimes you do have one, if you have one that's like BlackRock's not on there, but there's something else at the top that you've not heard of. If you then search
BlackRock
that,
has subsidiary companies that they own, and you have to, you know, go deep and search. This company is owned by this company, is owned by this company, is owned by this company, owned by this company. Ultimately, you come to after going through this rat and maze, and you see that, you know, the people on the top, you know, are the ones that own everything. You know, you think Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola, they're rival companies. They're not. They're owned by the same people, right? You know, Marks and Spencers and Sainsbury's. You got Sainsbury's and Tesco's and all this shit. The people that own these companies, they're publicly traded. They're owned by.
Hart said that BlackRock is buying most of the ports in Great Britain, along with many assets in Great Britain.
BlackRock has basically bankrupted, with the help of our government, has bankrupted all of our fishing villages all around our country. Right, Britain has probably the best fishing channels in the world, and I'm not joking you. Right, we got some of the best territories in the world for fishing, but other countries, including France and Spain and Germany, and there's millions of other countries, mostly European, who literally deliberately go to fish in our territories, right, in order for them to reach their quotas, because our territories are probably some of the best fishing areas, right? So instead of our companies or our countries and our fishermen in our country going out there and benefiting from the best fishing lanes in the world, right? When I say we, our government has sold those fishing rights to other companies, right, to other countries, because of people like BlackRock, right? He's the one who walks into number 10, sits down, and the motherfucker has to pay attention and do whatever he tells him to do. You know how many times he's walked into number 10? You know how many other people on the planet can walk into number 10 like that? Just walk there, just get there and get on this fucking plane, pick up the phone and say, yo, Keir Starmer, I'm coming. I'll be there in 3 minutes. You better open the fucking door, motherfucker.
I want to throw to the chat because there's a few things getting said which kind of are conflicted with what you're saying, maybe. Microsoft is the biggest and the largest shareholder, not BlackRock.
Of what? BlackRock owns fucking how many shares does BlackRock own in Microsoft, bro?
I don't know.
They all own. This is how they do. What they do is they exchange stocks and shares, right? And they own each other. So it's like a mutual destruction. That's how they own you, right? You can't do things that are against them because it'll go against you, right? So they'll own Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all the billionaires in the world because they're in bed together. They're profiting from each other. So they won't go against each other because they're going to lose out on other things. That's why they're all stuck there. Collectively, they all make up this power. But the one who has true control over them, that's the ones that you got to worry about. You know, those are the ones who send, the likes of Jeffrey Epstein on little jobs to go and do little things and have that power over them,
Gaspipe also says that Larry Fink is worth 1.2 billion according to Forbes.
Personally, how much does he control? These people, they never spend their own money, right? So Mr. CEO Larry Fink, when he sits there and he moves money around on the table, he's never moving around his own personal money, right? He's moving around trillions of dollars of assets of other people's money. That's what Larry Fink does. It's an investment firm. You have a look at how much BlackRock trades and how much assets that they control. Don't tell me how much he's got in his back pocket. And anyway, these people, they don't declare what they got. They tell you what they none of that shit is actually real, right? They only declare what they want you to declare, and then they hide the rest. They have to, because they're not paying taxes. Everyone will be screaming at them. Billion. No way has he got a billion pocket. Probably in his back pocket he's got a billion.
It's going around with a fucking billion and the fucking.
How much? Go on, look. Google this. Whoever it was that said that. Google this. How much assets does BlackRock control? That's the real power, right? How much money you got in your little, savings account?
They're even going to give you a number.
Huh?
Well, look, it was a town. All right, so it says BlackRock manages over 10 trillion in assets.
That's bullshit.
Specifically, their latest filing, Q1 2025, indicates over 11.58 trillion in assets under management, AUM.
You know what?
BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager.
Right. So here's my argument to that, right? See, BlackRock, right? It controls what you're seeing is what one company assets are, but BlackRock has controlling interests and subsidiaries of multiple companies, right? And they're all just as profitable as that one. So where you see 10 trillion or 11 trillion or whatever it was, right, that they showed us, is actually just a fraction of what they truly have at their disposal, right? because they have subsidiary companies, sister companies. They own controlling interest in other companies that own interest in those companies, and they're making 10 trillion. There's a 10 trillion over here, 10 trillion over there. And they've got to spread it around to keep everyone on board. Do you know what I mean? You know, new idea comes out. Oh, AI, let's create a new company. All of a sudden, they suck $10 trillion over here and put fucking $3 million over here, and then all of a sudden, there's a new company. New person on board, new fucking Elon Musk, everything. You know, that's how they create these people. Elon Musk, Mr. PayPal. Who was behind PayPal? Who funded it? Who started it? Who fucking started it? It wasn't just him. It wasn't Elon. He was just fucking one of them. What about Peter Thiel, whatever his name is. Mr. Palantir. Where was he in all this? Wasn't he a co-founder in PayPal? And now all of a sudden he's Palantir. Oh, big Palantir, trillions of dollars of fucking. You know, have you heard of Palantir?
No.
No?
I don't think I'm familiar with that word.
All right, Google Palantir. You're gonna shit yourself.
How's it spelled?
Yeah. Palanti. Palanti.
AI.
Palantir basically does
AI.
It's not just AI. It's basically about surveillance. You know, these are the people that are behind the Doge thing that went into Doge, and this is the software company, bro. This is the Mr. Peter Thiel, the famous founder of PayPal, co-partner of Elon Musk, Mr. fucking billionaire, fucking software philanthropist, you know, next generation Bill Gates. Version 2.0.
Across the board, that $10 trillion is the management they hold management on it, not at one company. Across the top of it. That's the total assets of all companies, not one, all the companies.
So let me give you an example of what they do, right? At the moment, Israel uses Palantir software to basically they've found a way of tracking people real time and spying on them by hacking into Wi-Fi local Wi-Fi devices and stuff like that. They use this software to with an AI to decide on which targets to attack, right, in Gaza, right? So the software Palantir is the one that does all the facial recognition and it checks all the database of, it figures all that shit out. You know what I mean? That's Palantir. That's what it does. So it will use any Wi-Fi device connected to the internet, including the street lights that are all wirelessly connected to, and they've got like little LED, Wi-Fi little Wi-Fi signals on each fucking street light. So when you're walking down the road and you've got your mobile phone in your pocket, these people know where you're walking, what you're doing, or just by detecting your Wi-Fi signal that's moving past other Wi-Fi signals, right? They use it like a spider web, and they can see where you are. They can tap into a phone, even if your phone is off, you know, they can listen to you. They can, you know, use your camera. This software, this company is deadly, bro. This company is about to take over the world in a nasty way.
Interesting.
Yeah, look into it, man. Loads of videos online about Palantir and Peter Thiel.
I'll have to have a look. No, I was just doing something. Just doing something.
And this is just an example. This is just one company of thousands. You know, it's like you bumping into Elbit Systems. You know, Elbit Systems, although it's one of the largest contractors, is just one of. Right? How did they? Check this out. How long would it have taken, and how would they have, found out that information? Got those fucking pagers, right, from Taiwan, wherever they got them from, right? Intercepted them and swapped out the battery with explosive devices, and then let them go to all these different people, and then they blew them all up in where they were in public, and other people got hurt, and then they're not called terrorists, right? I mean, how long would that have taken for Mossad to do that? We're talking about years in the planning, right? Years.
Mossad are like, they're pretty decent, aren't they? In the sense that, like, intelligence-wise.
And exactly, that's my point. And how all of a sudden 500 fucking crazy lunatics came over a fucking massive war and they didn't see nothing. These people who have Palantir and have all this AI and have all of this shit and they've got eyes everywhere, the most power, they didn't see all those fucking idiots coming over a war.
Nah, I've said from day one, I believe that they did know what was going on.
They're the ones that orchestrated it, man. You know, to give themselves the excuse to wipe out the people and get rid of them. That's the fucking plan, man. They did it, man. Who funded and created them in the first place? Think about it, man.
Some people would disagree with you.
Well, they can disagree all they want, man, because that's the fucking truth. You look at it, man. It's blatantly obvious. It's giving them the perfect excuse to wipe out fucking Iran. They just escalated. Did you know that more than 50%, right, of the population in Gaza are fucking children, man? Children. They're just bombing children, bro.
Again,
how's that fucking self-defense? Children with rocks, and you got fucking missiles and fucking F-35 jets. Self-defense, man. You threw a stone at me.
I need to. What about Hamas? What about the threat that they?
What about Hamas? Exactly. What about Hamas? Who fucking created them in the first place? Who let them in the back door to fucking create that atrocity? Who's the one that turned their blind eye while they murdered their own people? What about Hamas? Who created it? Who gave them the fucking reasoning? Did you know that Hamas, right, was probably the smallest group before all of this started and escalated? Hamas had the smallest voice in Gaza, in Palestine, right? The smallest voice. Nobody fucking wanted them, right? But the media only listened to them, didn't listen to the others. When anybody else was spoken, they had nothing to do with Hamas. Oh, they're Hamas. Everyone's Hamas. The children's wearing a fuck. He's a Hamas. Hamas. Everyone's Hamas. Because Hamas, they can they turn into a devil, right? A demon. And they could demonize you that way. You know? It's one of the smallest tribes before fucking all this shit started. It was the smallest voice, but it was the only one that was listened to. The media would only listen to that one. Why? Because it was fucking controlled by them. It's all controlled by them. They funded and created Hamas in the first place. They did that. They put them in there in order to give themselves. It's a classic Hegelian dialectic, right? You create a problem and then you create and you provide the solution, right? Problem, reaction, solution. They created a fucking Hamas to give them the reason to go and bomb the shit out of them and wipe them out.
Donna says
that's obvious.
There are no children in Israel.
There are no children in Israel. No, they just come down fully born, fully human. They just come out human. Like,
the point I'm trying to make. Children also in Israel that fall victim to missile attacks, people trying to breach walls and slaughter people in their villages. Like,
right, so can we stop it?
They take babies hostage, for fuck's sake. I mean, personally, and I've stated this many a times, man. To be honest, I feel for the people on both sides, but like Hamas, the Israeli government. These people, man, they're like sick and twisted people. All these government world leaders, they're all sick in the head, man. If I'm honest, like
Hamas was created to basically as an opposition to the PLO, right? And Yasser Arafat. They got rid of Yasser Arafat and the PLO, and they replaced it with Hamas, one that they could control, one that they could demonize, one that they could control from the other side. You see, these people, they're forever controlling opposite sides. They're always, I mean, that's how you profit, especially when their business is war and weapons, right? They're going to make war and weapons. So they're going to get on either side and they're going to create a reason for a conflict and then send weapons, make billions and billions of pounds. Everyone's happy, right? That's what the game is here, right? Making money. And they are making a lot of money. Every time a bomb goes off, they make so much money. Why would they stop? As long as there's profit in war, there'll always be war.
so. Would you say what Israel is doing is committing a genocide? Would you go as far as saying it is genocidal?
Well, killing people by the definition, the way they're doing it is genocide, man. It's a very definition of genocide. Or shall we say democide? I mean, you realize that the democide is the largest killer on the planet, right? I mean, more people die from their government than anything else. Cancer, they run over, flames falling out of the sky. More people die from their government every day than anything else. Democide is the biggest killer on the planet. It's the biggest threat on the planet. If you want fucking to keep people safe, then you save them from your government. That's what you need to do.
There's another argument that, like, Israel's kind of surrounded by Islamic countries, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these Islamic countries kind of, well, let's say they don't wish Israel well anyway.
No, but they don't want a nuke landing in their backyard either.
So stop funding terrorism.
Okay, how do we do that? Stop paying taxes?
No, I'm not on about it. I'm on about, like, so, like, for instance, Iran at the minute want to cry because Israel are doing what they're doing. But
I mean, they're crying because Israel attacked them, man.
Iran single-handedly
attacked them and killed a whole bunch of their people because they're crying over there, man. Wouldn't you?
Hang on. They single-handedly fucking fund how many different terrorist groups across the fucking Middle East region?
Who? Israel?
Iran.
Well, they're both just as guilty as each other then.
Huh?
What do you mean, huh?
How are they as guilty as each other?
Are you telling me Israel doesn't fund fucking terrorists all over the world? Doesn't go and own the shit out of the fucking American politicians so they can get them over there to start wars? Doesn't fucking buy off fucking public speakers and influencers and control and manipulate them so they can spin a narrative? That's what they do, bro. They start wars all the time. What about the war that the insurrection that they've started in Iran, where they've tried to subvert the Ayatollah over there and try to get a hold? Who's funding that? It's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. They're both doing it, bro. They're both just as bad as each other, man. And you know what? Our country is just the masterclass. We taught them, you know, we did it first, you know what I mean? And we're still doing it. We're all in there. Well, should I say we? I'm saying all our countries, the leaders are all over there. They're all rubbing their hands and they're all making money every fucking time that bomb goes off. That's why they don't care that they're sending a £50 million rocket to take down a £500 drone. They don't care because every time they spend a £500 million, £50 million rocket, they're going to fucking take £50 million to replace it, man. So yeah, they're sending 100 rockets. Whoa, let's fucking rub our hands. How many is that? Well, we can send fucking 300 million pound worth of rockets at those fucking 2,000 pound fucking drones. Yeah, brilliant idea. Let's do that. They're making money, man. It's all about money. They don't give a fuck who dies in the middle. Because remember the agenda, the number one agenda was to depopulate the planet. You don't depopulate the planet. You can try Bill Gates' way and fucking, euthanize everybody. But that's going to take too long, right? You got to get them to agree to it first. So the way to do it is scare the shit out of them. What better way to scare the shit out of them than just start wars,
Do you think Iran should have the right to build nuclear weapons?
No. Are you mad?
All right. That's good.
No one should.
Pretty
For
good.
fuck's sakes, nuclear weapons are bad, right? We've just been saying that. No one.
I know, but in reality, they exist, right? So,
Right, so stop making more. For
no,
fuck's sake.
there is kind of the argument.
I mean, if everyone starts making them, we've got hundreds.
This
Right?
is the
America got thousands. I
This
mean,
is
the more you make, the more chances of them going off, right?
Well, again, maybe, but if I had a nation and I'm seeing other nations push their weight around like I'm seeing now, yeah, I reckon I should have the right to build myself a nuclear weapon. Other countries have got, and what makes them any fucking better or scary that they should be allowed one country or one
here's the problem. Those other countries that are making
others. Tell me.
Yeah. Here's the problem. Those other countries who have nuclear weapons and they're making war and they're attacking, they're the bully on the block, right? He's sitting over there, Mr. Netanyahu, with his nukes, right? Because he's got nukes over there that he stole from the Americans. You see, if it was anybody else that stole the fucking nuclear weapon technology from us, right, we'd be, we'd fucking wipe them off the planet and fuck them up and beat them up and take that shit back right now. We just allowed it. We just said, oh, you stole them. Oh, okay. Never mind. Well, you got them now. What are we going to do? What's all that? What's all that about? So they got nukes. Now they got nukes. They can go and fucking bomb it. They can bomb the shit out of everybody. Don't fuck with us because we're going to nuke you. What kind of bully shit is that, man? That's bully shit, man. No one should have nukes. Not Iran, not fucking Israel, not America, not Russia. Just put them away. The more nukes you have, the more chances of them going off, man. Of course, because they're going to fall in the hands of someone. If you've got a few, they're going to be easier to protect, right? So stop making them. Stop. Just stop making nukes. They're bad. They kill people. They destroy everything. Stop making them.
No. Russia possesses the largest number of nuclear weapons, with an estimated 5,580 warheads.
Imagine one of those falling into the wrong hands, and America has already lost 4. So what the fuck?
5,580 nuclear warheads, yeah? That almost sounds like that would be enough to wipe out the planet.
It is. That's the whole point. If you attack Russia, they have the fucking Poseidon, they have the Satan too. When they deploy this, everyone is finished. Right? The Satan 2 is an undetectable nuclear
I see that video.
It's an end game. Yeah, it's an end game. In the event of losing the war, they activate this thing and everyone's fucked. So we don't want to go there, right? We know these dead men triggers are out there just waiting. We just leave them alone.
I think it might be for you, Mellows, but in this for viewers, like in this video that I watched, they're saying that there's basically nukes, yeah, like they're like torpedoes almost. Water underneath the fucking sea drones.
Yes.
That are undetectable and they're strategically placed on certain.
This thing will pull up in the Thames and you wouldn't realize it until it's gone off.
And apparently when it goes off underwater, the explosion will be that catastrophic that it will fucking create a 500 feet fucking wall.
Yeah.
And not only a 500 feet tidal wall, but it will be radioactive. All of that water, that wall will be radioactive, and that will basically wash out the whole of the British Isles, or the best part of it.
It will be nothing but a desert rock.
Making it unsustainable to ever live on.
It will just be a desert rock, the whole thing. From the highest points to the lowest peaks, it will be a desert, just like the Sahara. That's where we're going with this, right? We're going all the way back to the beginning, where mankind almost wiped itself out before, and then we didn't learn the lesson, so we're here again.
Do you know what we should do?
Hopefully not. But I'll stick to what I said earlier. I don't think anyone goes nuclear. I don't see how anyone dropping nuclear bombs is beneficial for anything.
It is the shocking truth, right? The amount of energy that's stored, that like nuclear energy that's stored in those thousands of nuclear devices all over the world, right? If we actually use them, right, for energy, we would have an unlimited supply forever. No one would need to worry about fucking energy, ever. But nah, we want to blow shit up with them. We want to store them. We want more than everybody else. You see, fucking Russia's got 5,000 nukes, right? Now, when Iran builds their nukes, or if they're allowed to build nukes, and they build 100 nukes or whatever, right? That means everybody else is going to have to build more nukes for them. So everybody that's got nukes, they build all their nukes so they can target their enemies, right? All their enemies around the world, and it's all right. You want to build more nukes? All right, well, we're going to build more nukes. So just by allowing Iran to build nukes, you're going to make everybody else build more nukes as well. So what the fuck, bro? Do you know how much money goes into building nukes? Just building them.
I imagine it's a lot.
How much profit is in that? How much profit? And then how do you get your money back if the fucking thing doesn't work the way it's supposed to, right? There's no refunds on those things. There is no point in using them as weapons, as we saw with Russia, right? When UK sent the depleted uranium missiles over to Ukraine for them to be used, the moment that Russia realized that the depleted uraniums were on the table, they activated their sensors and detected where they were, and they strategically hit them with precision. They can track these things. They can detect the radiation, right? So they know where they are and where they're coming. They built these sensors where they can detect incoming radioactive fucking nuclear weapons. Do you know what I mean? So they know when they're going to get where they are. They can target them easily. The sensors can be tuned in to target them. That's why NATO attacked the base that actually does all of that sensoring in Russia. They specifically targeted that to try to blind the Russians from being able to use depleted uranium missiles on the field. It's stupid, really, because they went over there to fucking steal or take the fucking resource or the natural minerals from Ukraine. That's the whole argument, right? That's why they're over there. They want to sign their fucking deals for the fucking minerals. All right, if that's what you want. But if you're going to use depleted uranium missiles, you're going to fuck all that shit up, right? You're going to make it all radioactive. So they thought, oh, no, we're not going to allow that. We're not going to allow that. So they fucking allowed them to die. Those soldiers, those British soldiers who went with those weapons to fucking use them, because they don't send them over there and say, here's an instruction manual. They send our soldiers over there to use them for them, right? And they got hit. So they're all dead now. For what? For what?
So, according to this, in 2024, it was recorded that worldwide total of nuclear warheads was 12,121.
America's
That
got more than that.
that was broken down to Russia having 5,580 with the most. USA slightly behind them with 5,044. China apparently have 500. France have 290. United Kingdom have 225. India has 172. Pakistan has 170. Israel is on there with 90. And North Korea with 50. That's the figures it's giving me.
You can guarantee them figures are not going to be accurate, right? They're just guesstimations.
Yeah, potentially.
Of course, they would have to be. It's top secret, bro. They just fucking publicize shit. They tell you what they want to tell you. You know, it's the classic rule from The Art of War, right? Sun Tzu. You know, you don't tell people what they are and what time you're going to be there. Do you know what I mean? You got to keep shit classified, man. Secret. You got shit that they haven't disclosed. That's just like for them to tell you that's what they got, right? It means they got fucking that and then some. Always. It's all top secret shit. They ain't gonna tell you what they got. It's just guesstimations.
5,000 seems like enough to end the world, right? To be honest. Yeah.
They never disclose what they have. Do you know what I mean?
Real war going on.
Yeah. Over here in the Western world, you see, we have, you know, what we like to. Not a lot of people like to exercise is the right to know, right? The freedom of information, subject access, what you want to call it over here. A lot of these people, the government agencies, are subject to freedom of information requests, right? So they have to disclose and declare some information, redact other information that's classified. But for them to tell you they have something, the rule of thumb is they always have that and then some. It's just the tip of the iceberg, basically. What they have, what they show you is just a smoke screen.
There's got to be some truth to some of it.
Yeah, there is. There is some truth to some of it. Because they have to show value, right? When they saying, oh, we need billions of pounds for this, we need billions of pounds for that, they've got to show to the public where they're spending it. Oh, we bought 10 billion bombs over here, or we left 80 billion pound worth of machinery and equipment in Iran when we left. I mean, what was that all about? You know why they left 80 billion pound worth of equipment over there? That was a money laundering scam. I tell you straight, there weren't no 80 billion pound worth of fucking equipment over there. Left a few helicopters and some broken tanks, a few jeeps. No 80 billion pound. That's a guarantee. They left them there because it would cost too much money to bring that shit back. Fuck it, you just have it. You know what I mean? We'll come and blow that shit up tomorrow. Give us a reason to come back and kick the shit out of you. It's all a scam, man. They didn't want to bring it back because we already paid for it. What are they going to bring it back for? Come back and get some new shit. You know what I mean? Fuck that shit, man. That's old, man. I used it. It's got sand in it. You know what I mean? Fuck it. Fucking Arabs can have it, man. Have fun.
Smoke and mirrors.
I guarantee you it's all smoke and mirrors. It has to be, right? Because that's how the game is played. They can't tell you the truth. No one's about to tell you what they're going to do. They're not going to show you their hand. You know, everything that's classified, there's secrets, there's all kinds of shit that they do and say and have that we will never know. There are people getting paid a lot of money by us to die to protect that those secrets from coming out. Why do you think they threw away that motherfucker for all that time and they put him in jail, that fucking Julian Assange? Because if he was outside while they were doing all this shit, he would have exposed it way before they even got off to a start. So they had to put him away and keep his mouth shut, even if they did have to let him go in the end. You know, like I said, if he was that much of a threat, they would have got rid of him anyway. They need him right now. They need him to shut the fuck up. That's what they need him to do. They basically, with that, they ended anybody's journalism. You know, nobody could become a journalist now because of fear of not being able to, you know, publish or go to jail for what you publish or whatever. You know what I mean? Stupid. You can't go up against them. Whistleblowers. There's no whistleblowers in government now. You know, if you try to fucking whistleblow right now, you're going to jail straight. You'll never get to see the light of day. Whistleblowers. We've ended all that shit. Catherine Gunn was probably the last whistleblower we'll ever see. Huh? We ain't got Catherine Gunn this time around. I'll tell you that. You remember who Catherine Gunn was? Huh?
No, tell us.
She was the one that worked at GCHQ and grassed up the whole weapons of mass destruction bullshit. Yeah, she's the one who blew the whistle on that, you know. That it was all a pack of lies, basically. While Tony Blair and everybody else was all banging on the drums of war. Let's go to war with Iran. Yeah, they got weapons of mass destruction over there. Oh, they want nukes. Oh, we got to kill them. Same people then. Netanyahu and all them lot over there. Same people. Back then, did the same thing to Iran. Iran. Saddam Hussein. Same story. Weapons of mass destruction.
That was Iraq, not Iran.
Iraq. Sorry. Iraq, not Iran. Iran is this time round. It's version 2.0. But like I said, we don't have a Catherine Gunn in GCHQ who's going to blow the whistle. Because there are no more whistleblowers in those places. Either they're ballers, or they're programmed, or they're, I don't know, they're just traitors. Too afraid to do their job that we pay them to do. To keep us safe, instead of being being in the puppet master's control. You know, these are the people that are controlling shit now, man. Intelligence agencies. Those are the ones that are monitoring shit, keeping an eye on people, influencers, big mouths, you know, censoring, all of that shit. These are the people that are right there, controlling the narrative. Every step of the way. BBC, all the news media, all the public speakers, all the influencers. The CIA are the ones that have got direct control and influence over all of them, I guarantee. CIA, MI6, GCHQ. This is their territory. 77th. This is their area, the territory, you know. They are at play right now. Full mode. Working day and night. You know? Mossad, CIA, MI6, they're all in bed together. They all work together. They're all working for the same results. They're working for the same puppet master. You know? Doesn't end there. The criminal gangs, the cartels, the fucking mafia gangsters, the the, all these different fucking. These are all manipulated and controlled by the same influences. You know, when a government wants to do something that it doesn't want to get the blame for, it's got a perfect deniable agent that it can send to do its bidding without it having to, you know, to create that new law, that to give it a reason to want to go in to do something. This is how they operate, bro. The left, the powers, the criminals, they're all part of the same fucking, you know, tree, same rotten tree. You know, that's why some of them are allowed to exist and aided, in some cases enabled. You know, turn a blind eye to to them doing their shit because it's in their interest to create these situations, these things, these problems. Now we've got thousands of people flocking over, creating this crisis, and so they can continue. You see, when we have a crisis, when they activate that crisis mode, right, that's when they have autonomous power, right? They can have complete immunity from any of their actions, and they can make decisions like dictatorial decisions, draconian decisions that everybody has to adhere to and abide by, right? And this is the game, right? The Hegelian dialectic. You create the problem and you provide them with the solution after they beg you for it. That's what they need us to do. They need us to beg them for the solution, right? That they've prepared, right? Because we're all fucking following that fucking bullshit, right? Manipulated, controlled, prodded like cows with fucking electronic prods. Move this way, left and right, left and right, left and right. As long as you're moving forward in their direction, that's fine. No, vote left. No, vote right. Go over here. Go over there. Every time you vote, you consent. Now we've all agreed to this bullshit war. Why? Because you all voted for it, mate. Good luck with that. If you don't understand that, then I don't know what to say.
I said this a million times, though, Mellows. The problem is, you could ask everyone not to vote, and everyone could listen and not vote. But do you think that would mean they'd just step down from power?
No, for a start, the first thing they would do is get more desperate to get our votes, right? And I'd love to see them be even more pathetic than they are. But
Ain't no way. They're just going to be like, yeah, no one voted. No one consented.
can you imagine if nobody ever voted? They'd shit themselves. They wouldn't know what to do. You see, they derive their power from us, right? With our consent. Without our consent, they have no power over us, right? They're just normal, stupid people with bad ideas, right? Because no one's listening to them. No one's voting for them. They've got no power. Their only power that they have is our consent. Oh, I've got constituents, 60,000 constituents in my fucking. Oh, I've got 150,000. I've got 12 fucking. You know, their consent. Well, everyone's consented to wherever it is that comes out of that motherfucker's mouth, whether you agree with it or not. Like gas pipe. You didn't vote for a war, but you voted for a dickhead. If you voted, I don't know if you voted, but you voted for a dickhead who did consent with your blessing. You know, even if you didn't vote for that cunt and you voted for the other side, you can agree to the terms of the race, the agreement. You agreed to abide by wherever rulings. Whoever wins is, you know, whatever he says is the rules. But you consented to that by voting for the other side.
I wonder how many people who voted.
My grandfather died in the war, right?
Yeah, I wonder how many people who voted for Keir Starmer would regret that, man. And gotta be a lot, man. A lot of people who have got to regretted making that vote. Sure of it. Yes, Gaspipe, but the question is, do we really live in a democracy? Do we?
No, we don't. There is no democracy. Democracy died years ago. We live in an illusion of a democracy. They have no power anyway. Those wankers in parliament have no real power. They're just powerless. All they do is sell us the lie. They get told what to do. They come in there and they try and force feed it down our throat and make it believable. Hey, no, yeah, no. All that shit is all fake shit. It's all WWF fake shit, right? Because it's already been decided before they even walked into that room to fucking have prime minister's questions. It's all bullshit. It's all fake shit. They're all reading from a script. Don't you see them reading from a bullshit script? You get a few of them, actors, who have memorized their speech. So they get up there and it's all bullshit, bro. All of that is all fake shit just to feed us. I watched. I've watched hours, thousands of hours of that bullshit, right? I still do, right? That's how I disseminate the information that I gather. Or understand, should I say, the information, right? But I force myself sometimes to listen to that shit just so I can see where we're going, what's going on, what's happening, so I can be informed. Do you know what I mean? But I see it all the time, man. It's all fake shit. They're all liars. They're all bastards. And then 5 minutes later, they're all stabbing each other in the back. And you see that? What's her name? That Labour bird. Where's she from? They're ready to throw each other under the bus if they have to, man. They don't mind. They'll sacrifice one. They'll, just take one for the boys. You know what I mean? Take a hit, and then the next one takes in place. This is what I said to you the other day. I don't think Keir Starmer will last the 3 years. They're gonna the public outcry to get him out is pretty bad. You know what I mean? So to appease the bread and circuses for the crowds, right? They're gonna sacrifice the Keir Starmer, but the only problem that they have right now is that they don't have anybody suitable to replace him, right? Nobody, fucking every one of them, they hate him all, right? So what do? I don't know. Maybe we should get Nigel Farage in, a completely new thing, make everybody believe that he's against the rest of them because nobody believes the rest of them, right? So, you create this fake fucking opposition, right? And everybody votes for this cunt. Then he gets in, and all of a sudden, with everyone's consent, he comes out with some stupid shit that nobody fucking agreed to. Nobody fucking agreed to the war. Nobody agreed to the weapons. Nobody agreed to the money. Nobody agreed to spending all this shit. But they're still going to do it with your consent because you believe the bullshit, and you know they're bullshit because every politician bullshits, and we know they all lie, and we know that they all fucking backtrack, and we know that they always they fucking double. They always fucking go back on what they say, right? They're liars. They're fucking big fat liars. You can't trust any fucking one of them, right?
I agree with that. Here.
Vote for the lesser of two evil, right? What was that one? You remember that one? Voting for the lesser of two evil, like Brian says. You're still voting for evil, right? You're voting for evil. And the lesser of two evils. Every time you vote for this cunt, every time you vote for someone, even if they don't get in, you agreed to the story. You agreed to the game. You agreed to participate. So when the next cunt comes in that you didn't vote for, although you agreed to the game, he decides he wants to go to war with your consent.
Bob Hunter calls us fools and says it's not about voting, it's about not complying.
Well, exactly. Their very existence would be about not complying, resisting. When tyranny becomes law, resistance becomes duty. Has anybody ever heard that one before?
Mm.
You have a duty to resist this unlawful government. It is your civic duty if you want to get down to it. It's every man's civic duty right now to resist this unlawful, illegal, traitorous government. Who are at this very moment participating in war crimes, right?
Do you think Keir Starmer should be convicted for treason.
Treason, war crimes. Yes, I would. Yeah, his assets should be seized and liquidated. Everything. Yeah, guaranteed. Every fucking one of them. Guaranteed. All of that wealth that you stole, everything should be liquidated and fucking. See you later, mate. You got nothing. Stick him in a hole for the rest of his fucking life.
That's not going to happen on the basis of your writing what you're saying.
No, you asked me what should happen. I told you what should happen. I know it's never going to happen, but wishful thinking.
All in all, people, the world's looking bright.
Hey?
I said, all in all, people, everything's looking bright.
Your audios keep coming out. You blocking your mic?
No, can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
I said, well, folks, so the world ain't looking too bad after all. All in the matrix, man.
Exactly, Gaspipe. It doesn't matter who you vote for because there are people above them telling them what to do. Keir Starmer is just a puppet, a liar, a fucking smokescreen in order to collect our consent. You know, him and the rest of them are there to betray us, right? To make us believe that they are there for our best interest when in fact they're not. They're there for their own interest, and they do whatever they're told because it's in their interest to do as they're told, right? So they are not for us, none of them. And in fact, if there was ever anybody that was ever going to be able to stand up against them or try to reach those steps and get into those positions of authority, because I dare you, you go, you try, right? You will not be allowed. You will be destroyed. You will be discredited. You will be lied about. They will fuck you up, bro. They will fuck you up. You're not getting into those positions. Those positions of authority are reserved for those that are selected in secret. And it's been like that for a very long time.
Like Freemasonry shit.
That's why it exists. It's the very reason why it exists.
I reckon Keir Starmer's a Freemason.
I guarantee you he is. The 33rd, no doubt.
Reckon?
I guarantee you, bro. My money's on yes, he is the 33rd. The guy was the fucking. What's his background, man? He's a lawyer, right? He's a civil rights lawyer. He's a prosecutor. He's not just any old prosecutor. He's like the chief fucking nubbed, right? Number one fucking head of the chunkos, right? The Hunjos, you know? He was and he's not going to be a Freemason, bro. Being serious. Yeah.
It wasn't. I don't actually know.
You're mumbling, bro. I can't hear you.
I've never managed to research it. I've never researched it.
I guarantee you, man. Trilateral Commission member. He was, did you know, as chief prosecutor, right, head of the CPS, he visited Washington, like fucking, what is it, like 6 times and deleted thousands of documents, right, of public records, right, after over that Julian Assange deal, right, when Julian Assange was incarcerated, unlawfully, illegally, by the way. That was under his watch. Guy didn't commit a crime in this country at all, and this country held him for like 20 years. That's a crime there, man. That's a crime against humanity right there. Incarcerating somebody for no crime for 20 years. And you know, England does that a lot. You know, if you look up and down the country, you've got people in prison that have been there for no goddamn reason. They're still there 20 years later, right? You know that. You know, because of the system. It chews people up and spits them out. A lot of people, they don't have a YouTube platform to express their, you know, freedoms and freedom of, you know, expression. Shit just happens to them and no one ever gets to hear about it. They get violated, they get often murdered, raped, tortured. Nobody ever gets to hear about it. In this country, right around the corner, down the road from where you live right now. Every day. That's why those things exist. It's in order to control and dominate the whole show. You know, it's an audacious plan, one that was been in the making for a very long time. You know, to control everything, to control everybody. You can't just snap your finger and do it, you know. You have to create a way, systems, reasons, and it's going to take such a long time before you can get to be able to control everyone the way they do. Oh my God. You remember when they locked everybody down? The whole world just went locked down. As soon as they said it was like lockstep. Everyone just said, lockdown. I mean, Philippines was threatening to shoot people if they caught them in the street, right? Remember that? Get you in the street, you're dead.
Fucking crazy, man. And we had a load of people fucking corrupt bastards then.
We've always got corrupt bastards, man. And we're always going to have corrupt bastards. This is why we need to localize our important decisions and not allow people thousands of miles away to make these decisions for us. Important ones, you know? And I think every decision is an important one. Especially the ones that, you know, come directly out of our pockets. I think we should have a say, right? If we have to pay for it. You know, right now we're paying for a war that we didn't vote for. Gaspard saying I didn't vote for this war. I believe you did.
For every decision the government needs to make, you should be able to vote on it. That'd be a lot of voting. People would be voting all the time. And then it would still come down to, would you even believe the vote when it was counted?
Well, this is why decisions like that need to be localized and not, superseded to or given basically those decisions that we have. Those powers shouldn't reside in Brussels, for example. They shouldn't reside in Israel or in the White House. Do you know what I mean? Those decisions, those important decisions, should we go to war with another country and start sending our children to die for bankers to make profit and warmongers to get rich?
The change. I don't know how you make sure that's the perfect people to do it. So I do think you need to be governed, yeah. But
governed?
Governed, like you need something, bro. In everything, even in tribes, yeah, there would always be those that were more dominant than others and become like leaders, and the rest of the tribe would kind of almost lean towards that leader for guidance. That's like that ain't like a new thing, bro. That hasn't been programmed into us. That's been like since day dot. Since the Neanderthals and shit.
Of course. But leaders are chosen, right? They're never selected. Do you know what I mean? They don't select. A leader doesn't decide for himself, I'm going to be the leader. People, you know, often the best leaders we've ever had are the ones that were the reluctant ones. Do you know what I mean? They didn't want to be in that position. The ones that crave it are the ones that shouldn't have it.
So the problem, like when you say career politician, it's all in that first bit, career. Yeah. So I'm a politician. I might be a local MP and work my way up, and with the ambition of one day becoming the Prime Minister. Then you become Prime Minister. Your interests still lay with you and your career, because that's what it is, career politics. Yeah. So your first and foremost interests are always going to be let's be honest, to be so like a politician. And I imagine you'd have to be quite career driven. But yeah, they're more
But
about.
if you was, let me ask you this: if you was blessed, right, and all of a sudden you was chosen to be the leader, right, would you? God, oh shit, I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, would you? Sometimes you have to make decisions, right, that are not good ones, right? They're not good. People are going to disagree. There's always going to be people that disagree, you know. Like, for instance, you know, there's somebody, you know, you're the chieftain of your village, right? And one of the village idiots decides to, you know, steal some shit from one of the other villagers and whatever, and then you've got to make the decision. You're the one that's going to now decide to exile this person or punish him in some way to make him, you know, to make this all right now. Yeah. Yeah. How would you rule? What would you decide to do? How would you punish him? What if he was your friend or brother?
For stealing? What, is that what you're asking me, or for any?
Yeah, stealing. He murdered one of the villagers. Let's do that. He raped the wife of one of the villagers or whatever, and he's your, you know, it's your choice. You're the ones that's gonna decide the punishment. You're the chief.
And he's a cold-blooded killer.
He just raped somebody, right?
I'd hang him.
And he's your brother.
I'd hang him. You asked me as a leader, what I would do.
Yeah. Well, what happens is people in those positions, right? They build up this camaraderie, right? This brotherhood connection, this bond, where no matter what your brother does, you got his back, right? And it's the same like that in police force, it's the same like that in politics, in whatever. I got your back. I'll turn a blind eye. I'll pretend I never saw that. I'll help you with doing that and we'll keep it on the low. You know, they will. It's what they do. You know, when these people are trusted with making these important decisions, right, and they are readily willing to bend the rules. If they're ready to bend the rules, they're going to break the laws. You know, the ones that create the laws are the first to break the very laws that they create. Do you see what I mean? The hypocrisy. You know, when these people, these dictators, when they make these rules, it's always about other people following and obeying the rules, not them. They're somehow special and exempt from the very rules that they've created. You know? And it doesn't just extend to them; it also extends to their immediate circle that they consider protected under their bubble of protection, right? And it's the same with the police. It's the same with the lawyers. It's the same with everyone. They all got this little, "I got your back, bro," right?
Yeah, like those barristers. Cunts.
Yep.
Black belt barrister. Cunt.
But it's just a tribal mentality. Most people have it. You know what I mean? Like you got a group of friends. You know, no matter what your fucking idiot friend does, you know, he starts getting into a fight or something. You got his back. You're gonna fight him. You know, even if he started it, you know, what I mean? You're still gonna protect the fucking guy so he can get his head kicked in. Do you know what I mean? It's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just on a different level. You know, these guys, fucking Boris Johnson, Theresa May, Liz Truss, they all got their backs. Do you know what I mean? They all protect each other. They all help each other. It's all about them protecting themselves because they inevitably when they protect the other guy, they protect themselves, because if they reveal and expose the lies and the hypocrisies of the other side. Sorry. I just, did I mute up? Yeah, I muted up. Yeah, so that's how what the reason why they protect themselves, you know? Because they protect others in order to protect themselves. Do you know what I mean? Because
about you.
Yeah.
Andy Belfield says, I like this guy. Who is he? Why won't he?
I've worked hard at not being nobody knowing me.
Honest, Andy. And you look like this your first time round here. I'm pretty sure of it. But
I've been around for a while.
yeah, no, this is a good mate, man. He's been around the channel for a long time. Not on the channel, definitely behind the scenes and things. So
Yeah, I'm definitely a behind the scenes kind of guy.
Not saying, like, if you know, talk about things of the world, and then
Do you remember how some people would get with me? You know, how I was scaremongering, exaggerating, over dramatizing. When I was telling everybody, you know, this is shit that's happening now is everything we've been speaking about for how many years now? You know, I don't have secret knowledge that no one has access to. I don't have any special abilities or superpowers. I'm good at paying attention, right? I pay attention. That's all I do. I listen, I learn, I study, I read, I understand, and I fucking pay attention. That's all I do. I'm nothing special. Nothing special about me. I just, you know, it's like learning a magic trick, right? Once you've learned that magic trick, the awe, the spectacle of the illusion is gone, right? You're no longer, you know, at awe with this magic trick because you know where it came from, how he did it. The illusion is lost on you. You know, that magic is gone. And that's all it is with me. They're spreading their bullshit magic, spinning their magic spells, and it's not working with me because I know how they spin the world, the magic, right? I've studied it, you know, I've read about it, I've understood it, you know what I mean? And because of that, it makes me immune to the spells because I know how they're casting them and why they're casting them because I pay attention. I see patterns, you know, as an analyst, I analyze data, right? I check patterns and I see repeating patterns and I see how it all unfolds. Do you know what I mean? It's just common sense most of the time, but most people, they can't see the wood for the trees. They can't see past what is immediately in front of them. And they've got these blinkers on where they can't see what's on either side of them. They're just focused in on that one thing. It's like looking at the world with binoculars, right? Put the binoculars down and pay attention to what's going on around you. Listen. Most people don't listen. They just talk. Won't let anybody else talk. Listen. You learn more when you listen.
Good luck, man. Do you think you're ready for the nut-nuts? Well, I guess it's nothing new anyway.
Look, the major real threat right now is the tracking and tracing and digital identifications, the facial recognitions, the AI. That's the very real danger that nobody is paying attention to, right? Now, just like the Patriot Act back in the day, they needed to blow up a whole building in order for them to create those things. This is the next phase, if you like, if you want to call it, in order for them to bring and justify the need, right? They have to create situations, right? They have to create the need to identify people. So they flood the whole place with illegal migrants, right? Here we go. There you go. You need ID now. Like Nazi time. Jack, where's your papers, please? That's what we've done, right? We've stripped away our God-given right to freedomly roam our own country where we were born in, right? Without being harassed and asked for identifications for no goddamn reason.
Why
That's
does
what
that?
we've done.
Why does that mean we need digital ID?
Because they're going to create the need for it.
But where would be the need for it? Just because there's other people in.
Yes, the reason why, because we need to, once we have the reason to, once we soak up enough of these migrants, right, then the problem is having to deport them. So how are we going to deport them? We need to identify them. So everybody's going to have an ID, right? You won't be able to access anything without ID. You won't be able to fucking buy your fucking crisps at the fucking shop. You won't be able to buy anything from Tesco's. You won't be able to fucking get your bank account, your mobile phone, your fucking nothing will work without this fucking identification. You will need this shit, right? You won't be able to access anything, and then they're going to shove the carbon footprint down our throat, where we're going to be measured and restricted. How much fucking meat you can buy? How much fucking and then rewarded. Oh, you can buy some fucking maggots here, and and if you buy that, you'll get an extra fucking 25 XP points, and then you can fucking exchange that for fucking some energy, so you can catch a bus tomorrow to go work, right? Because you can't have a car. Who can afford a car? Only the rich fuckers will be able to afford the cars. They'll be driving around with their little motors and their flying motors. Once they get rid of all of us, they'll bring out the flying cars. They've got them already. The little drone cars. Have you seen Elon Musk's drone car?
I've seen a few, but there's always prototypes, isn't there? There's never anything.
Yeah. We won't be able to afford these things. Bill Gates has already patented the new way of earning money with this new reality that they want, dystopia that they want to create, right? So his plan is to create these gyms, right? So you're going to set up these gyms where people are going to go to work, right? You're going to go to the gym and exercise to earn your credits. That's what they're going to do. They've already built and patented the technology, wearable technology that you, when you're sitting on that bike and you're exercising, you're generating energy, and they're going to basically store that energy, and you're going to pay for it by exercising, right? You're going to exchange that fucking energy that you're wasting over there with, electricity for credits, right? That's the kind of bullshit ideas they got for us, man. Because there won't be no need for Uber drivers and fucking, because all of that is all AI now. AI has taken over all of that shit. Careers are gone, prospects are gone, populations quadrupled. Yeah, let's solve homelessness. Yeah, let's solve homelessness by increasing homelessness. Yeah, let's solve the debt by borrowing more money. Yeah, let's stop the war by starting a war.
Kevin Hart says it would be worse than an open prison. I think it would be a bit like Gaza. Maybe because they've got like a Gaza kind of thing planned out.
It's already planned out. What they've got planned for us, especially over here in the UK. Let me explain something to people that are not going to like to listen to, right? They have a plan for us over here in the UK, and the blueprint is Israel. The only choice you've got to make is what side of the war you're going to be on.
Who's filming the war?
Hey? Well, you can look forward to gated communities where they will lock down certain areas, and they will have to. You won't be able to go into areas. You won't even be able to go out a certain place. You know, it'll be geo-fenced. Your vehicles, your money, you won't be able to spend it in other places. You'll be restricted in areas, geo-fenced and locked into your own city. So you won't be able to go from Birmingham to London and spend your credits you're in London, right? You won't be able to go. You're going to have to find another means. And if you get found in another area, the Gestapo is going to pick you up and ID you. Even if you haven't committed a crime, they're going to turn it into this dystopian nightmare, right? I'm telling you guys, this ain't no fucking exaggeration. I'm not dramatizing, I'm not scaremongering you. This is what they have planned. And I don't know this because I've read it in the books that they wrote, and they've given it to us. They told us what they're going to do. I've read this shit from the horse's mouth, right? Go and read your Great Reset by Klaus Schwab and see what he's got planned for you. And listen to what fucking Yuval Harari has to say, his number one henchman at the WEF. Go and listen to what they have to say and what they have planned for us. I've listened to thousands of hours of these so-called experts, and they are all fucking insane. Every fucking one of them. That's my professional opinion. The plans that they have for all of us. See, when they make their plans, none of them consider any of us, right? We are not even a consideration to them because we don't exist in their world, right? Has anybody ever seen Guardians of the Galaxy where Rocket is an experiment, and he's an experiment for a new world that he's not going to be a part of? Well, welcome to Guardians of the Galaxy Earth 2.0, right? We are the experiment that they're fucking with, and this new world that they're going to create, we're not meant to be a part of it. That's the truth, right? Whether you can handle the truth or not is up to you. Where do I get my information from? Directly out of the horse's mouth, my friend. I sit there thousands and countless hours and listen to these so-called experts and leaders from around the world. I watch thousands of hours of their garbage, and I try to understand and read between the lines. I do research, I verify, I do nothing else every day. I will tell you, I just sit there and I look at this shit all the time. I research shit all the time, every day. I don't do anything else but that. Yeah. Got nothing better to do. I mean, what's more important, right? Sometimes I wish I could just, ignorance is bliss. Sometimes I wish I could just bury my head in the sand with the shit that I've learned. I wish I could unlearn it. But that's not going to solve anything. And it's not going to make these people away. Pretending that they're not there is not going to make them disappear. You know, it's not going to make them, not do the things that they do. First thing is we have to basically understand it, I suppose, or see it first. Is seeing it. It's like the allegory of Plato's cave, right? Plato had this allegory. If you haven't Google it, right? Basically, the first thing when the guy came out of the cave and he saw the blinding light, it hurt. When you see the truth hurts. It always hurts because it goes against everything you fundamentally believe and understand. So now you're in doubt and you're thinking, the fuck? And then you see, the very first thing you see is the tree. For all these years, all you saw was a shadow of a tree. Now you see the real tree. The truth. You can't unsee it once you see it.
You reckon? You reckon they're a bunch of satanic freaks? Yeah, do you reckon they're a bunch of satanic freaks?
Yeah, there's a lot of satanic elements there. Who was it that said, "Where do I get my resources from?" I'll tell you what to listen to. Go and Google Yuval Harari, right? Yuval Harari, can't remember what his position was with the WEF, but he was up there anyway. He's one of the advisors, his chief advisors of Klaus Schwab of the WEF, the World Economic Forum. And, you know, this is just one element. The WEF, they're not the apex of the pyramid, right? They're just one foundational element that groups together lots of people from other networks. It's just multiple networks. Everything's compartmentalized. In order for them to maintain the control, they have to compartmentalize everything to keep control. So one hand doesn't know what the other one is doing. Yeah, go and listen to Elon Musk, right? Some of his interviews and see what he's got to say. Go and listen to, I mean, they literally, they tell us, I mean, Donald Trump, I've listened to thousands of hours of him ranting on, right? But I don't just listen with a blank face. You know, pay attention.
They denied. Yeah,
Watch the videos, you've got to pay attention.
They denied chemtrails for years.
Turned out I wasn't a nut job after all on that one, right?
Yeah.
You know, I've been called worse by my own as well, right? I mean, those are the first. When you see the truth, the first to suffer are the people around you, right? The ones you love. You lose them. Some of them you lose, you know, and that's what hurts the most. That's why people stay silent, because they're afraid to lose the ones they love. You know, they have opposing ideas, and they've got this cognitive bias where they hold two opposing truths to be true. You know, you can't have worship two masters. You can't be both fat and skinny. You can't be both up and down. You got to choose one end of the scale, right? You can't be both. Do you get what I mean? It's impossible. It's diametrically opposed. The ideas are diametrically opposed. But most people with the cognitive bias hold two opposing ideas, and they're conflicting, and they have this blank space in between those conflicting ideas that they can't make heads or tails from. They can't understand that there's no linear thought, there's no logical thought, there's no grasping it, because they just, as soon as it hurts, as soon as it gets scary, they blank, they switch off, then they don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? You know how many times I've sat there and having these conversations with people, and then, you know, after 15 minutes, I just see the blanks like look in their face with the glazed eyes, and they're just out. You know what I mean? They're somewhere else. They're not even listening to me.
Well, I'm going to call it, man.
Thanks, mate.
No, it's for coming up, mate. Let me real question. You get my brain working, man, so it's good. We haven't had one of those for a little while.
You know where I am, man. I'm not going anywhere.
I know. Well, I need to start doing some more lives and shit.
I got a few ideas for you, bro. You just got to be there, man, because we had some good ones. Come round, man. We'll have a chat.
All
right. All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody in the chat. See you guys on the new one. I mean, I'll be over there soon if anyone wants to.
All right, mate. So.
All right. See you guys later. Good night, everyone.
Gaspard, Ariel, Big G, DP, Vanish, GY, Deborah, who I missed, Andy Belshaw, Bob Hunter. Appreciate your super chats, my friend. It's very much appreciated. I think that might just be us. Big G's here. Yeah, it's quite a small affair. There's more people listening than typing, like. So, but yeah, no, I appreciate you all coming in, man. Like I say, been a while since I've done a live. I should do more, really. Should do more. But yeah, also thank you to everyone. Anne-Marie, Reese, obviously Sam the cat, for 3 months member, and he also gifted 5 memberships, so much appreciated to Reese. Amp gifted 1 membership. Big up Amp. Appreciated, pal. Paul D, member for 40 months. And then Bob's done us 2. 7. And then Bob's done a few. Some of them ain't coming up for some reason. But Bob's done a few as well, so appreciate it, man. Appreciated. Yeah, I know, Big G. I'll do some more, man. I'll do some more. Probably, what is it? It's Friday night tomorrow. I might even do one tomorrow night. Maybe a late one or something. I don't know. But yeah, much appreciated, guys. Take care. Night.